Chapter 4702. The earth trembled, the mountains shook, and the energy between heaven and earth constantly gathered towards Zichen. The aura of the head realm erupted. Zichen broke through. Bumi in the distance was very excited. It jumped out of the ground directly. Zichen's battle strength had become stronger after reaching the head realm, so there was no problem in protecting it from being killed by the 6 mountains. Zichen, who was sitting cross-legged, stood up. Boundless energy continued to enter his body. The 6 mountain gods appeared again. This time, there was no coldness on their faces, only despair. They knew that the road had come to an end. The strange phenomenon around Zichen gradually disappeared. He felt the situation in his body and then cupped his fists at the 6 existences. "Thank you for your help, but there is still one last breath left. You won't be stingy, right?" Zichen withdrew his fist and stomped his feet. There was a bit of coldness in his smile. The 6 mountains seemed to have encountered a heavenly tribulation and began to collapse. The figures of the 6 mountain gods gradually dimmed until they disappeared. Just as the 6 mountains collapsed, pale fragrance, and the others sensed the abnormality, and appeared one after another. Through the perception between heaven and earth, they knew what had happened. If the trajectory of fate did not change, they would be the ones to be destroyed. Geduin King, who was staying in the castle, also sensed the abnormality. He was a little surprised. They are not slow. Guzong was in the castle hall at this moment. He looked at Geduin King and asked carefully, "My lord, next?" Geduin King said, "Since the first step has been taken, we will act according to the original plan. Go and tell Gutai to follow his heart." "Yes." Guzong nodded, but he did not leave. He continued, "My lord, according to our people, those humans seem to have made some new moves recently." Geduin King said indifferently, "Don't worry about it. In this place, they can't make any big waves." Then Geduin King said, "But we have to be careful. Send some people to keep an eye on them and be careful. Those humans are very strange." The 6 mountains were razed to the ground. All the power was swallowed by Zichen. He advanced to the head realm. The 6 mountain gods disappeared, and the original black long blade also collapsed with their disappearance. Feeling the power flowing through his body, Zichen clenched his fists. Countless rules lingered around him. His status as a guardian still existed, and his control over the rules had become stronger. Bumi came forward and looked at Zichen from head to toe. It seemed very excited. "What's wrong?" Zichen looked at it. "My lord, from today onwards, no one will bully us anymore." Bumi, who was standing upright, waved his hands in excitement. "Including those leaders." Zichen could understand Bumi's agitation. The 4 races weren't welcomed here, so they were huddling together for warmth. It was said that the cats and dogs once had other leaders, but they were killed by the Gashan Silver Wolf and other First Realm experts. They had always been in a bad situation. However, after they expressed their stance last time, it could be said that they had completely broken away from the other exotic beasts. Their situation had become even worse recently. Now that Zichen had broken through and was in control of the rules, killing those head realm cultivators was as easy as killing a chicken. Zichen, who originally wanted to go back immediately, suddenly changed his mind. "Do you know where those head realm experts are?" "Yes, I know very well." "My lord, please follow me." Shangti walked all the way to the southwest. It was slightly different from the direction of the god and demon race. When they passed by a mountain, Shangti stopped. "What's wrong?" Ninghua stood beside her. Although Shangti reached the head realm, she wasn't good at fighting. In order to prevent accidents, Ninghua stood beside her. As the others walked, they would occasionally whisper or even joke to ease the atmosphere. Ninghua was vigilant because Shangti said that the thing they were going to find next might not be ordinary. The others also stopped and looked around cautiously. "That mountain has a spirit," Shangti suddenly said. Ninghua heard and said, "That should be normal. We've seen similar spirits more than once." Shangti nodded and said, "So, our whereabouts have been exposed. You're worried that King Geduin will chase after us?" Ninghua asked. I'm afraid of trouble. In this place, everyone was in the head realm. They seemed to be a powerful force, but compared to a kingdom, they were weak. Just King Geduin's force alone was not something they could fight against even if it was just one demon. That spirit of the mountain didn't appear and no one wanted to disturb it. Because every spirit of the mountain was equivalent to a king in their own territory. When they continued, they were much more careful. But along the way, they encountered too many small beasts and some plants. They were like pairs of eyes that couldn't be defended against. They walked out of King Geduin's area and arrived at the intersection with King Giqing's area. Shang-Ti said that they were there, but Ninghua and the others didn't feel anything. The plants here were green and full of life. Compared to the surroundings, there was nothing special. Facing the confused people, Shang-Ti said, "This is just the appearance. The truth is here." She waved her sleeve and a ripple of light spread out. Like a veil being lifted, the real environment appeared in front of everyone. The surrounding land was reddish-brown. The places that used to be full of life were now barren. There were streaks of black air flowing down from the sky. They could be seen with the naked eye and carried a rotten aura. At the end of their vision, there was a huge crack. It was like a tunnel. More black air was surging there. There was no life here. Seeing this, everyone was dazed. They didn't expect the truth to be like this. Shang-Ti pointed at the crack and said, "Maybe we have to go in from there." The others didn't have any objections. Shang-Ti's display of the truth had shocked them. Ninghua glanced at the side. The two ancient saints immediately walked out. The three of them walked forward. As the three with the strongest battle prowess, they naturally had to bear some responsibility. When they came to the edge of the crack, they felt an oppressive and disgusting aura. But they didn't stop and walked in. After entering the black crevice, they looked up and saw a shocking scene. Under Bumi's lead, the first head realm that Zichen saw was Gashan's silver wolf. It had once appeared as one of the 8 head realms. After seeing Zichen from afar, the silver wolf leader turned and ran without saying anything. Even though it didn't sense any danger. Zichen pointed his finger. Gashan's silver wolf's body gradually floated in the air, and then retreated. Chapter 4703. A head realm Galeshan's silver wolf was easily killed by Zichen. Bumi stepped forward and dug out the inner core. Compared to the inner core of the Yen realm, the inner core of the head realm was bigger and brighter. It was also of a higher grade and surged with powerful energy. Looking at the inner core that Bumi handed over, Zichen said, "You can keep it." "Huh!" Bumi was stunned, as if he couldn't believe his ears. "You can keep it." Bumi had helped him a lot during this time. He gave him all kinds of information without asking for anything in return. Although Bumi was following the White Rat's orders, Zichen still owed him a favor. Bumi was very excited, but he quickly recovered and shook his head. "The Geduin king ordered that a clan can only have one head realm cultivator. I can't take this inner core," Zichen said. "Take it. Even if you refine it, you might not be able to reach the head realm." Bumi still shook his head. "That's true, but if I break through, either I or the ancestor will die. Even if there is the slightest chance, I cannot let it happen," Zichen said helplessly. "In that case, you can keep it for now. When you feel that you can refine it, take it out and refine it. Or you can give it to your ancestor and let him refine it." Bumi agreed. No matter what, this was an inner core of the head realm. It was very precious and limited. "Okay, let's go find the second one. Try to find all the head realm cultivators. After all, we can only kill them once," Zichen said. Bumi put away the inner core and said respectfully, "Sir, please follow me." The flame rats had already investigated everything and were waiting for Zichen to harvest them one by one. During this time, they passed by Dan Xiang's world of flowers again. Dan Xiang appeared and bowed to Zichen, congratulating him. Zichen cupped his fists in return and walked past the sea of flowers. In the lake, a woman was very glad that she made the right choice. In this strange world, other than rats, there were other animals that existed. There were many rats, but there were also many other animals. For example, a snake that hunts rats would hide in the grass and launch a surprise attack on those sneaky rats. In addition to catching rats to satisfy their hunger, they would also monitor their surroundings and gather information. After Zichen broke through to the head realm, his movements were monitored by the Geduin king. During this time, Gusong had been paying attention to Zichen. After discovering Zichen's intentions, it went to report this matter to the Geduin king. In the Geduin kingdom, there was a Geduin king, 3 demons, and the rest were the head realm. They represented the leaders of each race, and each race only had one. If a second one appeared, both sides would have to fight to the death, and only one could survive. However, today, Zichen wanted to exterminate all the head realms, which would undoubtedly affect the entire kingdom's combat power. Most importantly, 2 of the 3 demons had already died. It was undoubtedly difficult for the Geduin king to cultivate a new Gashan demon in a short period of time. As a result, every head realm was particularly important. However, Geduin king didn't seem to care much about this matter. He said lightly, "Let him kill them. These leaders have been around for too long. They are all slacking off. After killing them, it will be good for the atmosphere of the kingdom to change. Inform the other races that don't have a leader can compete for the position." Gusong said anxiously. "But my lord, if this is the case, then the races will inevitably be in chaos. Under the internal strife, there will be heavy losses. If the internal friction is too great, what if the neighboring countries make a move? How should we deal with it? You don't have to worry about this. After every turmoil, the ones left behind will be the elites." After many years of idleness, in the absence of any crisis, they have become lazy. It's time for a big purge. Seeing that his lord had made up his mind, Gusong didn't say anything else, but when he left, he was quite regretful and disappointed. The Geduin king looked at Gusong's back as he left, not knowing what to think. After killing the wolf, he killed the tiger, and after killing the tiger, he went to kill the bear. As Gusong guessed, Zichen carried out a big purge of the leaders in this area. He didn't intend to let any of them go. As for how to find them, with the pervasive rats, everything was easy to solve. After losing their leader, the races began to fight among themselves. After all, there was only one leader, but there were many leaders in each race, so there must be a winner. Zichen was fighting in the front, and the internal strife continued to break out in the rear. The Geduin king's area was in chaos. When the cat and dog heard the news, they were very excited. The 2 animals knelt on the ground and kowtowed to the sky, praying for something. After that, the 2 animals went back and told all the people to behave. This turmoil had nothing to do with them. Whether the people in this area lived or died, it had nothing to do with them. However, there was one thing they were clear about. After the turmoil, the 4 races that didn't suffer any damage would become a huge force, and no one of their kind could provoke them. The 4 races were still in an alliance, but there was no need for them to live together. When the white-haired rat heard the news about this, he immediately told everyone the good news. When the monk heard the news, he was anxious. Because the weapons were still missing. If Zichen had broken through, he would have gotten 6 knives, but where were the knives now? With the turmoil of the various races, the other humans gradually calmed down, because they might be affected. But no one knew why the area became like this. Until some gossip came. Knowing that these things were related to Zichen, many people who were hostile to Zichen had to temporarily suppress this hostility. Because Zichen had become stronger. Last time, Zichen didn't die, so how could they plot against Zichen again? In the process of the attack, Zichen encountered the leaders who were escaping, and also the leaders who joined forces to kill him. But whether it was the former or the latter, they couldn't withstand a single blow in front of him. In other words, they couldn't withstand a single blow in front of the rules. In the end, Zichen killed all the leaders here, leaving only the leaders of the 4 races and the human head realm Gushan. The reason why he didn't kill the human head realm Gushan was that the human head realm Gushan didn't have a Niden in his body, and it was close to the Geduin king's castle. Zichen didn't want to face the Geduin king now. Shang Ti and the others walked in through the crack, and then they saw the scene of another world. It was as if the world had been turned upside down. Everything was in the sky, and everything was growing upside down. Chapter 4704. In the dark world, trees grew upside down, rooted in the void, and all the branches grew downwards. The peak of the mountain was below, and so was the vegetation. It was like an inverted world. Shanti and the others were still affected by the gravity of the alternate world, so when they looked up at the inverted world, they didn't fit in. Why would there be such a strange place in the alternate world? Moreover, this world was clearly normal, and all the vegetation was flourishing. Other than the unusual aura, there's nothing special about it. Shanti sensed the aura above and said, since it was a brand new place, they naturally had to explore it. However, they didn't see a way up yet. Due to the gravity, they couldn't fly here. Moreover, the world above them was very far away, and they couldn't reach it with their own strength. Everyone was in a dilemma, not knowing what to do. Let's go forward and see, there should be a way. The group walked forward. During this time, they looked up at the inverted world above them and observed some details. There was a huge spider weaving a web between two trees, and on the tree next to it, there was a black snake coiled around the tree roots, flicking its tongue. A group of people walked below. Looking at the inverted images, they felt very strange. There were no fighting scenes, and there were no predation scenes. It seemed that the world above was very peaceful. As they walked forward, they paid attention to their surroundings, looking for a possible path. After walking for about 10 miles, they saw an old vine growing in the inverted world, extending all the way to their eyes. This was equivalent to crossing two worlds. Everyone's eyes lit up, and they immediately walked forward. Ninghua, who came close, slashed at the vine with his bamboo blade. With a rip, a section of the vine was chopped off. Very sturdy, it can support one person, Ninghua said. Do you want to try? An ancient saint venerable volunteered to climb up the vines while the others watched from below. The vine is very sturdy, it can support many people. I can still feel the gravity. If I let go now, I'll fall down. I'm about 500 feet up. I didn't find anything strange. Every time he went up a certain distance, the other party would inform him of his current situation. He was still going up, and soon, he reached 700 feet. 800 feet, 850 feet, 900 feet. 950 zhang. There seems to be a slight change in gravity. It's very subtle. If you don't pay close attention, you won't be able to sense it. When they were 980 feet away, the ancient holy sovereign let out a cry of surprise. You're right. You're right. You're right. Everyone else's expression changed as they stared intently at the sky. What is it? Ninghua asked. The direction of gravity has changed. If I let go now, I'll fall down. This time, below was the inverted world. Ninghua reminded him. Don't be careless. The ancient holy sovereign slowly let go of his hand, and his body began to slowly rise above the crowd. At that moment, the gravity changed. The Lord was free-falling from the top of the crowd to the bottom of the Lord. The speed of the ancient holy venerables increased until they finally landed on the ground. After landing on the ground, he turned around and looked up at the people above him. He shouted, "The direction of gravity on both sides is almost the same. I estimate that both sides are at least 99 feet. After saying that, the other party looked around, vigilant of any possible danger. I'll do it. Li Haoqing was the second. Because of the previous example, he borrowed the force from the ground and soared into the air. During that time, he borrowed the force from the vines several times and directly swept across 99 feet. When he reached the other world, he felt the change in gravity. His body flipped in midair, and he grabbed the vines with one hand and slid down. After landing on the ground, Li Haoqing heard a rustling sound. Many spiders appeared around him. Each of them was about the size of a fist, and they came from all directions. "Everyone, quickly come over!" Li Haoqing shouted. After cleaning up all the leaders of the Gaduan kingdom, Zichen returned to where everyone was. As soon as he appeared, Monk came over to ask for a weapon. However, Zichen was empty-handed. Where would he get a weapon? After telling him that the weapons had disappeared with their owners, Monk was a little depressed. However, this depression was swept away when he saw the inner core of the head realm. It was replaced by a pleasant surprise. Last time, when Zichen broke through to the head realm, everyone had also broken through. This time, he broke through to the head realm. Perhaps everyone still had hope of breaking through. And the inner core of the leader was naturally the key. According to the connection between this world and the Saint Spirit realm, once they break through here, they might even become an ancient sage after leaving. Moreover, the inner core of the head realm was too precious. At present, in the entire Gaduan king's territory, only the white-haired rat and the other 4 leaders were left alive. Everyone continued to refine the inner cores of the leaders. After hearing that Zichen had returned, the white-haired rat personally came and told him about the recent situation in this world. "What did you say?" Zichen looked at the white-haired rat. "An inverted world?" "Yes, it has been spreading like crazy recently. It is said that it is the entrance to another world. It has never appeared before." The white-haired rat lowered its voice. "I heard that there is a secret to becoming a devil in that world." "This is considered a secret? It's not like there are no devils in your world," Zichen said. "What's so strange about this? We have devils, but you humans don't." "It is said that the secret is for everyone. Moreover, although there are devils in our world, there are not many of them. Over the years, the Gaduan king has only cultivated 3 of them. And this time, 2 of them died in battle. It can be considered a heavy loss." Zichen fell into deep thought. He did not expect that the moment he broke through to the head realm, the secret of the devils would come out. He asked, "That inverted world has never appeared before?" "Never. That is a brand new world. This time, it is said that even the Gaduan king is interested and plans to go there to take a look." The white-haired rat said, "Oh, those people who appeared in time to help you also went in there. And those enemies also went in. As for what is inside, no one knows." Zichen nodded. Then, he realized that something was wrong and asked, "Where is Chung Ho?" "Lord Chung Ho has already left after hearing the news. Lady Frost also left with him." "Why didn't you say so earlier?" "Lord said that this matter is not urgent." The leader corresponded to the ancient holy venerables in the outside world. "Then what about the devils?" This time, even Chung Ho and the others had left for the inverted world. Did this mean that they had a chance to break through to the devil realm? But if the devils were placed in the Saint Spirit realm, what kind of realm would they be in? Could it really be the realm above the holy venerables? Zichen was also a little moved. Although he was only a 9-star Holy Spirit in the Saint Spirit realm, when he came to this world, because of the rules, even if he stood in front of a holy venerables, he could still fight. Once he became a devil, perhaps when he went out, he really had a chance to reach the realm above the holy venerables. Back then, the holy talisman realm was the clearest example. After experiencing there, Zichen had almost no bottlenecks in his cultivation when he returned. "Lead the way, I want to go there and take a look." Zichen made up his mind. He who had just returned had to say goodbye to everyone. Fortunately, everyone was already used to it. After Zichen distributed the inner cores, it was enough for everyone to refine for a long time. This time, Bumi did not lead the way. Instead, it was the white-furred rat who led the way. During this time, for some reason, he called the other 3 companions over. Zichen did not say anything. It was good to travel together. After all, they were all leaders. "Lord Gatai, I finally see you. Aren't you too calm?" Gusong came to a bamboo hut. There was a black-clothed man sitting in the bamboo hut, drinking a light green wine. The man glanced at Gusong, who came in without knocking, and said faintly, "Otherwise?" "The inverted world. Why don't you go and take a look?" "Not interested." "Not interested?" "Even the Gaduan king is tempted. It is said that it leads to an unknown world. Regardless of whether you can really leave, the opportunity to become a devil really exists." Gusong said, "Lord, you are now only in the head realm. If you go further, won't you be invincible?" The man said indifferently. Is there anyone who can beat me now? Even the Gaduan king has to give me some face when he sees me. Gusong's eyes flashed slightly and said, Lord, do you know Zichen? The man shook his head. That Zichen killed the protector of the Yen realm and then forcibly refined the sixth peak. Now, he is also in the head realm. His battle strength and foundation may not be as good as Lord, but he is still a threat, isn't he? Gusong said carefully. Lord, are you just going to let Zichen grow like this? The man's expression changed. After a moment, he shook his head and said, Impossible, absolutely impossible. It is extremely difficult to kill a protector, and it is even more impossible for a protector to break through. This is absolutely true. That person called Zichen is an outsider. He has broken the rules of our society. In fact, the Gaduan king asked me to inform you of this matter, but I don't know where Lord is traveling. I have looked for Lord several times, but Lord is not here. I thought Lord had gone to invert the world, but I didn't expect that Lord didn't go. Seeing the man's changing expression, Gusong continued, Lord, this is a rare opportunity. Maybe after killing that Zichen and refining his part of the laws, Lord can also advance to the demon realm in one fell swoop. I believe that at that time, Lord will be truly invincible in the world. Gusong rolled his eyes and said quietly, Invincible among everyone. You don't need to look at anyone's face, and you don't need to listen to anyone's arrangements. Chapter 4705. The four-head realm beasts led Zichen in the direction of the inverted world. Along the way, Zichen saw many internal disturbances between the beasts, all of which were fighting to the death. The cat and dog looked at this scene with a cold expression. It was already merciful that they did not go forward to cause trouble. The white-haired mouse said that the ancestors of the cat and dog were killed by the beasts and their inner cores were refined. The four of them were very unpopular in this area. Once they made any mistakes, they would be killed by the other beasts. After that, the Gaduan king would not hold them accountable. At most, he would say that it would not happen again. What goes around comes around. Now, Zichen had come and killed all the leaders. The glorious era that belonged to them had arrived. Where's Maine? While moving forward, Zichen looked at the big bird next to him. Compared to Maine and Meiji, it was indeed a big guy. My lord, I don't know. The big bird replied respectfully. In fact, after that lord came to this world, he did not inform it or the other clansmen. It only knew about this when it appeared last time. Along the way, Zichen saw too many internal fights. This time, he saw the chaos with his own eyes. The Gaduan king did not come out to stop it, but let it continue to develop. Just after Zichen and the others left, Gusong came to the riot area. Most of the riots were led by the Yen realm's subordinates, and they naturally knew this kingdom's steward. Gusong was like an old farmer diligently planting crops, carefully taking care of his own vegetable garden. He went to all the places where riots occurred, and with the prestige he had accumulated and some special words of persuasion, those riots gradually calmed down. My lord, it's in front. This is the closest entrance to us. It's said that there are other entrances in several other places. At the edge of the area, Zichen came to the end of the Gaduan king's territory. At the junction of the two kingdoms, he saw the entrance without a single blade of grass. The aura here was a bit unusual. It was a kind of aura Zichen had never felt before. After approaching, Zichen saw that this place was dilapidated, without any signs of life. The passage ahead was more like a giant fissure. No one knew how it was formed, but it was clear that no one was bothered by it. Everyone who came here had already entered. As they approached, the white-furred rat became agitated. The other three beasts' emotions also changed. With a powerhouse like Zichen by their side, it was impossible for them not to have any thoughts about this place. After entering the crack, Zichen saw an inverted world. It was like a flat world that had been forcibly bent by some kind of power to become an opposite world. Zichen could clearly see the situation above his head. The four beasts were also very surprised. After all, it was their first time here. In the world above, there was quite a commotion. When he looked up, he couldn't see where the sound came from. Then, Zichen tried to sense what was different about this place, and his expression changed a little. "My lord, what happened?" the white-furred mouse asked. It had noticed the subtle change in Zichen's expression. Zichen said, "My control over the laws has been affected to a certain extent." "Ah?" The white-furred rat was stunned. "Then what should we do?" The other three beasts were also a little worried. "It doesn't matter. It's just that I'm affected. It didn't say that I can't use it at all. Compared to the other first realms, I still have an advantage." Zichen looked ahead and said, "Let's go ahead and take a look." After walking for more than 10 miles, Zichen saw a vine. It was the one that Shang-Ti and the others had borrowed. However, it had suffered some kind of power and had been cut off a lot. But as long as he jumped, he could still explore it. "My lord, shall I go first?" The white-furred rat also saw the vine, so it took the initiative to volunteer. "Okay." Zichen nodded. He wasn't familiar with this place and wanted to take a look first. The white-furred rat leaped, and the power around its body surged. Its little claws grabbed the vine, and then it quickly climbed up. Zichen looked up from below. The white-furred rat was very fast. In the blink of an eye, it had already reached a high place. Soon, it let out a strange cry, and then its body fell upwards. With a bang, smoke and dust flew up, and the white-furred rat smashed into the ground. It immediately flipped over and shouted at Zichen, who was above its head. "My lord, I'm here. But in the middle, the gravity will change, so you have to control it carefully." Zichen nodded. He had already understood the principle behind it. The power of the rules appeared, directly forming a huge ruled disc under his feet. The other three beasts were also enveloped by the disc, and their bodies began to rise into the air. After reaching a height of 99 feet, the gravity changed, and the ruled disc that Zichen held up also began to distort. However, Zichen was already prepared. His body flipped in midair, and then the disc returned to his feet. The other three followed suit and landed steadily. "My lord, look!" As soon as its body landed, the white-furred rat cried out in alarm. A group of spiders appeared. They were not big, but there were many of them, and they were densely packed. Everyone was surrounded. If they did not kill their way out, what awaited them would definitely be trouble. Zichen looked around. There were traces of battle here. Although there were no corpses, he could still tell from the battle that it was these small spiders. Zichen raised his hand, and the rules gathered in front of him like a tornado. Under Zichen's control, it flew forward. Wherever the tornado passed, the spiders were sucked in and forcibly carried away. A safe path appeared, and Zichen walked forward. During this time, wind would appear from time to time, carrying away the approaching spiders. "My lord, they're all following us," the white-furred rat's voice sounded. It turned out that the spiders behind had caught up. "Ignore them. Keep moving forward." Zichen waved his hand, and a cold aura surged in front of them. Under the circulation of this aura, an ice wall appeared in front of them. The spiders were blocked by the ice wall, and the ear-piercing sound of ice breaking rang out. Zichen increased his speed. Not long after, the ice crystal behind them shattered, and the spiders moved forward again. Looking at the spiders in front of him, Chung Ho's expression was somewhat ugly. He had been here for quite some time, but not only had he not seen any opportunities, he had not even seen any animals. All he could see were spiders. Endless spiders. A cold aura circulated in front of him, forming a land of ice. After the spiders stepped on it, their speed immediately decreased. Following that, ice spikes emerged from the sharp ice and pierced the spiders' bodies. Killing these spiders was very easy. Frost Maiden's face was a little pale. Killing a few spiders was nothing, but killing groups after groups was not a small expenditure for her. Chung Ho stomped down, and the ground shook. The spiders that tried to approach from behind were all sent flying. After landing, many spiders were killed, but some continued to flip over. Chung Ho punched out, and layers of fist force surged out, forming a shockwave that killed the approaching spiders. Rustling sounds continued, and countless spiders appeared at the end of their vision. Chung-ho, who had punched out 3 times in a row, sighed. "Do you think the 2 of us will die here?" Frost Maiden did not even look at him, and the cold aura continued to circulate. "Did we come too hastily? We couldn't meet up with everyone, and we were actually trapped by these small spiders." Chung-ho stomped his foot, and the ground rumbled like a bull rolling, burying countless spiders underground. "The old ones haven't appeared yet. They're clearly trying to exhaust the 2 of us to death." Chung-ho rolled his eyes and said, "Say, if the 2 of us really die here, would it be considered committing suicide?" Frost Maiden glared at him. "If you have the energy to talk nonsense, you might as well save it to kill a few more spiders." Chung-ho said helplessly, "I didn't say not to kill, but these spiders are too strange and evil. It seems like we can never kill them all. As long as it's not an illusion, there will be a time when we kill them all." Frost Maiden's voice was still calm, and her aura gradually became unstable. During this period, the 2 of them tried to kill their way out many times, or rather, find the big spider. Unfortunately, every time they tried to kill their way out, they would be found again. However, the big spider that was suspected to be controlling everything from behind did not appear. Chung-ho also tried to make some big movements to see if he could summon a few companions, even if they were enemies. However, he still did not discover anything. The current situation was undoubtedly equivalent to waiting for death. "It's definitely not an illusion. You and I both know that, but these spiders are indeed very strange," Chung-ho said. "I'm not afraid of death. In fact, this is considered a good result. The only pity is that I just saw some hope. I think that no one else would have thought that this world really has the opportunity to surpass the ancient holy venerables. Say, if they knew, how would they feel? Also, what would the expressions of those existences who died in battle be? Back then, they thought that they stood at the peak of the world, fighting to the death. Was it not worth it? He's not dead yet, but you're already talking so much nonsense." Frost Maiden, who was gradually exhausting herself, looked ahead and said, "Let's charge again. This time, we'll save as many as we can." Chung-ho hurriedly stretched out his hand and said, Stop. I don't want to play such a boring game anymore. There's no need to deliberately give me a way out. I just want to die here. If you want to leave, you can leave. I'll do my best to help you." Frost Maiden shook her head and said, "No, there's more meaning in your life. Both of us living in this world is very meaningful. However, if it's for that fellow, there's no need to live. Whether it's in the previous life or this life, he has his own path to walk. If we forcefully interfere, there might not be a good result. How do you know if you don't try? All right then, but I'll still say the same thing. I'll go first and help you escape. On the other hand, you have to be careful." What Old Man Ge said last time was definitely not something he said casually. Just as the 2 of them were preparing for the final battle, they suddenly heard a commotion behind them. A gale swept over countless spiders. Chapter 4706. The hurricane howled, and the spiders were swept up and sent flying. Behind the hurricane was an empty area. Chung-ho and Han-nu became vigilant because they didn't know whether the existence that had arrived was friend or foe. The hurricane dissipated in front of him, and Zi-chen's figure appeared. The 4 beasts poked their heads out behind him. "Zi-chen?" Chung-ho was stunned. He didn't expect it to be him. "Sister Han-nu, are you all right?" Zi-chen asked with concern. Zi-chen originally didn't come in this direction, but he sensed energy fluctuations, so he came. "I'm fine. Why are you here?" Han-nu shook her head. Chung-ho pursed his lips and said, "If you came a little later, the 2 of us would have died together." Han-nu glared at Chung-ho, and he took the initiative to beg for mercy. The spiders surrounded them again, and the 4 beasts took the initiative to attack and repel the spiders. "What's going on?" Zi-chen looked at the spiders. "I don't know. We encountered them as soon as we came here. During this time, we tried many methods, but we couldn't completely shake these guys off. How should I put it? It's like there are only these spiders in this world. Chung Ho said. Where's the leader? You didn't find her either? No, it's like she doesn't exist at all. Zichen released his perception, and there were indeed spiders all around. They were densely packed in this direction. No matter what, let's get out of here first. Zichen gestured for the 4 beasts to stay behind. He waved his hand and created a hurricane. The hurricane howled forward, clearing an area. Zichen walked forward, and Chung Ho followed. During this time, we've tried many times, and we found that we couldn't walk out of here. This is like a maze, but it's definitely not an illusion formation. Zichen nodded. During this time, he had been sensing his surroundings. Although the effect of the rules had decreased after coming here, he could still use a portion of the rules. This was Zichen's greatest reliance. In his perception, there were indeed no large spiders, and all he could see were spiders. No matter where he went, the spiders would come to him. Although the speed was relatively slow, it was still an infinite amount of pressure. Moreover, if he continued walking like this, he didn't know when he would reach the end. Zichen raised his head and looked at the world he had come from, but he saw nothing. It was as if his vision had been affected to a certain extent. Hurricanes kept appearing, but because he was borrowing a part of the rules, Zichen did not consume much energy. He had enough time to help everyone get rid of these little spiders. Chung Ho and Han Nu didn't attack again, and they continued to recover as they advanced. The spiders here can't be endless. Zichen looked at the spiders around him and realized that there were too many to count. That's what I think too. Merely, I don't know exactly what's going on, Han Nu said. Zichen looked at the white-furred rat and asked, would it work if you used a similar method? The white-furred rat shook its head and said, my clan definitely wouldn't be able to. However, if we brought all of the flame rats in the 18 kingdoms, it would be quite easy. However, every flame rat's death is a loss, and this illusion won't be maintained for long. We've seen many spiders along the way, and they're all real. I'm guessing that these spiders, or the existence controlling them, is a higher-level life form. Perhaps it has abilities that we don't know about, such as being able to reproduce limitlessly. Zichen looked ahead and said, a higher-level life form? Then we'll have to look for it. Zichen's senses were extremely sharp, and he believed that as long as the other party existed, he would be able to discover it. In Zichen's perception, there seemed to be some abnormalities with the spiders in front. There were fewer of them. It wasn't just Zichen who noticed this, the others also sensed it. Chung Ho said, that's strange. Nothing happened before, but now there are some abnormalities. Let's go ahead and take a look. Zichen walked at the front, and he still used the hurricane to clear the way. Although it looked easy and there was wind with a wave of his hand, if it were anyone else, they would definitely consume a lot of energy, and might not even be able to walk out. The number of spiders up ahead had clearly decreased, and they even vaguely opened up a path for everyone to pass. At the moment, it was impossible to determine what was up ahead, but since there was no goal or direction, it was necessary to go ahead and take a look. As they continued forward, they didn't see anyone along the way, nor did they see any opportunities. The ground was dark brown, and there was a faint black color in the surrounding vegetation. High ground gradually appeared on both sides, and the spiders stood on the high ground, eyeing covetously. The path ahead gradually descended. Zichen released his perception in advance, and discovered that it was a canyon. The canyon was currently empty. There were no spiders, but there were no other humans either. However, there were many spiders on both sides of the canyon. Zichen suddenly stopped. The others looked at Zichen in confusion. Zichen said, there's a canyon ahead. This might be an encirclement. We are walking into a trap step by step. The few of them were shocked. Then, they looked at the spiders on both sides that had not attacked. Was this a trap? However, would it be so obvious? Unfortunately, they could not sense the situation ahead and could not give an answer. What should we do now? The white-furred rat asked. Chung Ho and Han Nu had not fully recovered, and the 4 beasts were also exhausted. Zichen looked at Chung Ho and Han Nu. Chung Ho said, Your perception is special. You're in charge here, Zichen said. Since the spiders haven't attacked yet, let's recover first. We'll go in and take a look when we're fully recovered. There were no abnormalities elsewhere, so even if it was a trap ahead, everyone still had to enter. They stayed like this for a period of time. The spiders stayed on both sides and stared at everyone. After a long time, they felt their hair stand on end. Chung Ho and Han Nu recovered one after another. The two of them, who had returned to their peak combat strength, also regained their former confidence. Chung Ho said boldly, "Then let's go in and take a look. Whether it's a trap or an open one, even if it's a dragon's lair or a tiger's den, we have to take a look." Zichen walked in front. Wherever he passed, all the spiders retreated to the sides. This time, they even took the initiative to make way. Soon, everyone entered the canyon. When they saw the canyon clearly, they realized that there was indeed nothing here. There were some black thorns growing on the earthen peaks on both sides. Occasionally, there were rugged rocks in the thorns. "Are we going to pass through this canyon?" The white-furred rat at the back poked its head out and looked at the other end of the canyon. "Let's take a look." Everyone continued forward. When they reached the center of the canyon, they saw a group of spiders in the empty canyon. These spiders stacked on top of each other like a moving wall, immediately filling the gap. It really is a trap. Zichen turned his head and glanced behind him. The path was also blocked by spiders. There were so many of them that it was frightening. Then, many spiders also appeared on both sides of the canyon. They descended along the thorns. With such a simple scheme, everyone was tricked into it. If the opponent was a human, Zichen and the others would naturally be cautious. However, the trap set up by these spiders was somewhat unbelievable. It seems that this time, they planned to attack from above. That's why they lured us here. Chung Ho looked at the spiders on both sides of the mountain peak and said. In the next moment, these spiders jumped up and then fell freely. They looked like countless huge black hailstones. The path on both sides was blocked, and countless spiders fell from the sky. This looked like an unsolvable trap. The white-furred rat let out a scream of despair. It felt that in the next moment, it would be gnawed by the spiders on its body. Not even its bones would be left. The fur on the cats and dogs stood on end. They were in a state of anger. The light of energy began to surge on Chung Ho and Han Nu's bodies. "You don't have to do anything. I'll do it." Zichen's voice sounded. He gently raised his hand and made a gesture of raising the sky. The laws of heaven and earth began to circulate and then gathered above him, forming a glowing disk. All the spiders landed on the disk and then began to gnaw on it, making ear-piercing sounds. Buzz! The disk trembled, and a powerful force suddenly rose. Immediately, rays of light shot out from the disk. They were like real sword lights, piercing through the bodies of countless spiders. Then, these sword lights began to spin and began to indiscriminately slice. All the spiders on the disk were sliced into pieces. A foul-smelling liquid dripped down the edge of the disk. It was nauseating. At this moment, the wall of spiders on both sides had also arrived. Zichen waved his left hand, and a hurricane appeared again. It directly destroyed the wall of spiders and sent the nearby spiders flying. Should we kill our way out? After seeing this scene, Chung Ho was no longer nervous. Zichen's methods had far exceeded his expectations. Zichen shook his head and said, "No need. Actually, I don't believe that these spiders will be endless." The strangulation continued. Zichen stood there, and not a single spider could get close. Countless spiders were dying at every moment. At this moment, not only were the spiders fighting a war of attrition, but Zichen was also fighting a war of attrition. The former wanted to exhaust everyone to death, while the latter wanted to exhaust the spiders until the big guy appeared. Time began to pass, and the consumption continued. Zichen was still calm and composed. The power he summoned was mostly borrowed from the laws of heaven and earth, so it didn't consume much of his body. Even if there was a consumption, Zichen could quickly use the laws to replenish it. This continued for about an hour. After countless spiders died, they still couldn't hurt Zichen and the others at all. The spiders finally retreated. The moment the spiders retreated, Zichen put away the disc above his head and immediately soared into the sky. During this time, the laws of heaven and earth appeared under his feet twice. He stood on the mountain peak and looked into the distance. Chapter 4707. Chung Ho climbed up the mountain and came to Zichen's side. "What did you see?" Zichen said. "A big guy. It's not slow and has already left." Chung Ho was a step too late and did not see the big spider. Everything should be controlled by the other party. However, this also indirectly proved that the number of these small spiders was not endless. Otherwise, they would not have retreated in the end. In the blink of an eye, all the living spiders in the surroundings had retreated, leaving behind only corpses that almost filled half of the canyon. It was a shocking sight. "Should we chase after them and take a look?" Chung Ho suggested. Zichen nodded. He did have this idea. Landing on the ground, the group continued forward. After walking out of the canyon, all the spiders had disappeared. Everyone rejoiced in their hearts. Fortunately, Zichen was there and could mobilize a part of the rule force. Otherwise, it would have been almost impossible for them to walk out of the canyon alive. Once something that was unremarkable, once it reached a certain scale, it was actually so terrifying. Shan-O, from the demon race, walked out of a forest. He looked at the old man leaning against a big rock. There were 3 people sitting next to the old man. "How was it?" After seeing Shan-O, the old man raised his eyelids. The others became expectant. Shan-O shook his head. "It didn't work. The spiders retreated." The old man was startled. "Retreated? Could they be afraid? I didn't dare to get too close. I was worried that Zichen would notice, so I don't know what happened. The battle lasted for about an hour before they retreated," Shan-O said helplessly. "Maybe they knew that they were no match for them and didn't want to die like this. After the protectors came here, their control of the rule force weakened a lot. Since they could last for an hour, it means that they had a chance to kill those people." The old man thought for a moment and said, "Is there a way to control more leaders?" Shan-O shook his head. "Absolutely impossible. What I can do is influence some of their consciousness and subtly influence them to follow my orders. It's impossible to command them by force. Moreover, I guess that those leaders are taking orders from other existences and don't dare to take risks. If something happens, we can't leave even if we want to." After witnessing how troublesome and terrifying those spiders were, they did not have the confidence to stand on the opposite side of those spiders. A demon leader said, "We could have killed Chung Ho and Han Nu, but he just had to come out and ruin our plans. It's a pity that we have fallen out with the Geduin King. Otherwise, if we find another demon, we should be able to kill them all." A thought suddenly flashed through the old man's mind. "That's right. Why don't we try that?" The others looked at the old man, not knowing what he had thought of. The old man looked at Shan-O and said, "Are you sure that there will be even more powerful existences appearing later? Who controls everything?" Shan-O shook his head uncertainly. "I can't say for sure. I'm just guessing. There's a high possibility. Then we can give it a try," the old man said. "Just let them go and start a fight between the 2 sides. Maybe we can get some unexpected gains by sitting on the mountain and watching the tigers fight." The others were slightly startled. They didn't expect the old man to use this method. For a moment, their expressions changed. Shan-O did not agree immediately. "Is that appropriate? We still have the advantage now, but once they meet up and Zichen joins in, the situation will be very disadvantageous for us." The others nodded. This was not a small risk. The old man pondered for a moment before saying, "This is only the worst-case scenario. However, you have neglected the power of those spiders. Even with Zichen's protection, if the 2 sides fight fiercely, most of those people will die. If those big guys appear, perhaps even more people will die. This is not the what-if that we expected. If it really happens, everyone, including Zichen, will die here. Compared to the worst-case scenario, If the best case scenario happens, it will be much more beneficial to us. Maybe we can take this opportunity to find the secret of becoming a demon, and advance to the demon realm in one go. After hearing the old man's words, everyone still had some concerns. They were all existences comparable to ancient holy masters. Of course, they wouldn't act rashly just because of a few words. However, after a careful discussion, and after thinking about the worst-case scenario and the best-case scenario, they decided to give it a try. There was always a what if. What if they succeeded? Shang-Ti, how is it? The pale-faced Shang-Ti sat there cross-legged. Blood kept flowing out of her mouth. Ninghua and the others were protecting her. There were spider corpses all around them. After entering here, they had been surrounded by spiders. They continued to fight as they advanced, but they still couldn't get rid of those spiders. If it wasn't for the fact that there were many people in the team and they could take turns to recover, they wouldn't have been able to hold on. But now, everyone was injured and couldn't hold on any longer. Thus, they placed their hopes on Shang-Ti, hoping that she could use a special method to help them find a way out. Shang-Ti was very helpless. After coming here, the mysteries of the heavens were hidden everywhere. Every time she tried to divine, she would suffer a backlash. The mysteries of the heavens were so blurry that she couldn't see clearly. Every time she tried, it was like she was leaking the mysteries of the heavens. However, there was no chance of survival. She tried many times, but it was still the same. Pfft. After another forceful divination, Shang-Ti coughed out a mouthful of blood. Her face became even paler as she pointed to the side and said, "Here. If we kill our way out from here, there's a chance of survival. But we have to be quick. The chance is fleeting." She adjusted her breath and stood up. Then, a group of people protected her and killed their way in that direction. The spiders were still endless. This little guy who was very inconspicuous in the outside world had become a fatal threat here. The big spider ran away. Zichen decided to follow it. He didn't see any other spiders along the way. It was as if all the spiders had disappeared in an instant. During this time, the white-furred mouse suggested that since the spiders had disappeared, it was time to try looking for opportunities. At this time, Zichen felt energy fluctuations again. It was a familiar energy fluctuation. "There's a battle over there. Let's go and take a look." As soon as he finished speaking, Zichen rushed forward. The others didn't feel anything strange, including Han Nu. They followed Zichen. After a long time, they felt something was wrong. From this, it could be seen how powerful Zichen's senses were. "It's Ninghua." Chung Ho saw Ninghua's group from afar and shouted. Ninghua, who was fighting, raised his head and saw the approaching hurricane. The spiders, which were a great threat to them, were quickly swept away by the hurricane. Zichen walked in front. "Are you all okay?" Zichen looked at everyone. "I'm fine. Fortunately, you came in time." Ninghua shook his head. It turned out that the ray of hope that Shang-Ti had predicted was Zichen's group. The others also felt like they had survived a disaster. They gasped for breath. The spiders, which hadn't retreated, quietly retreated when Zichen approached. The continuous rustling sound finally stopped. Chung Ho and Han Nu followed behind. Their situation wasn't much better than before. Strange. Those spiders who came out of nowhere never retreated. But now, they retreated when they saw you. Ninghua looked at them. "What method did you use?" "Zichen, where's Meng Yao? Why are you here alone?" Shang-Ti, who was in a bad state, was worried about his disciple after the spiders left. Zichen was very touched. He replied politely, "Senior, don't worry. Meng Yao is still refining the leader's inner core. She's very safe. I'm here to take a look." "Leader's inner core?" Shang-Ti's expression changed slightly. "So you've broken through?" Zichen nodded. Shang-Ti said again, "Could it be that the spiders retreated because of you?" Zichen said, "Sort of. My power is limited here, but I can still use some of the laws. Since you can use some of the laws, it's still a law. That's why I said you're invincible here." No wonder those spiders that couldn't be killed no matter how hard they tried had retreated. So it was because of an invincible existence like you. Only then did Ninghua relax and said, Shang-Ti, then calculate again, where is the opportunity to become an abyss devil? With Zichen in the team, no one should be able to snatch it from us. Shang-Ti's eyes dimmed. I'm afraid I can't calculate anymore. The backlash here is too great. It's already not easy to find the opportunity. Looking at the blaming Shang-Ti, Ninghua hurriedly said, Don't worry. As long as Zichen is here, we'll find the final opportunity even if we have to search slowly. Zichen looked at everyone who was in high spirits, and said helplessly, The most important thing right now is to recover. You guys recover first. If those spiders come again, it'll be troublesome. Troublesome? With you, an invincible existence, even if those spiders come again, they'll just be sending themselves to death. Ninghua smiled faintly. He didn't seem to care. The rustling sound that had disappeared before sounded again. This time, it was even stronger. The spiders that had retreated actually came back. They quickly appeared and surrounded everyone. Ninghua's smile froze. He wanted to slap his own face. Why did he jinx it all of a sudden? The faces of Li Haoqing and the others turned ugly. These spiders were their nightmares. You guys recover first. I'll deal with them. Zichen looked at the approaching spiders. His expression wasn't as relaxed as his words. The fact that they had returned meant that they were confident. It wouldn't be easy to deal with them. The four beasts spread out consciously and entered a state of alert. Chung Ho and Han Nu also stared in two directions to prevent any accidents. The hurricane appeared again. It appeared in all directions and swept away all the surrounding spiders. The spiders landed on the ground and continued forward. The hurricane appeared for the second time. This time, blades appeared in the wind and killed all the spiders. When they landed on the ground, only broken corpses were left. Then, the hurricane appeared several times. Each time, no spiders were left alive. On the other hand, Zichen's perception was constantly scanning his surroundings, carefully keeping his guard up. Chapter 4708. Chi. Chi. The wind blades in the hurricane were extremely sharp, cutting the spiders apart one after another. Under the sweeping of the hurricane, not a single spider could get close. Ninghua, who was still a little worried earlier, was relieved at this moment. With Zichen's strength, there would be no problem blocking them until they recovered. Hurricanes appeared one after another, and the spiders were also dying. Zichen's expression gradually changed. What's wrong? Han Nu noticed Zichen's abnormality. A big guy has appeared, Zichen said in a deep voice. In his perception range, a big spider had appeared, just like what he had seen before. And there's more than one. Han Nu shook her head, indicating that she didn't sense anything. Chung Ho asked, Are they coming over? No, they're still watching from afar. As she spoke, she didn't delay Zichen's attack. The hurricane came casually, but the spiders were endless. The big spiders in the distance still didn't take the initiative to attack. Instead, they stood far away and watched. Perhaps they didn't know that their traces had been discovered by Zichen. Time passed, and the battle was still ongoing. In a place where Zichen couldn't sense, Sha Nu and the others appeared. At this moment, they didn't pay attention to Zichen. Instead, they were paying attention to the small spiders. As long as the small spiders were still courting death, it meant that everything was normal. The big guys still didn't go forward and were still watching the battle from afar. Zichen wasn't in a hurry. At the very least, he could buy some time for Ninghua and the others to recover. As if sensing Zichen's intention and not wanting to give him time, the big guys began to try to approach. Sensing this scene, Zichen didn't want to wait any longer. Since you've taken the initiative to come to me, don't blame me for being impolite. 8 rays of energy flew out from Zichen's body. These rays of light flew in all directions. During this time, laws descended from the sky and landed in the energy, fusing with it. When the energy reached the spiders, it seemed to form a large net that enveloped the spiders. Then, the large net began to glow, about to capture the big spiders. 1. Streaks of black light flowed out of the spider's body. The black light was extremely sharp, like an ice blade, and it broke free from the bindings of the large net. At the center of the battlefield, Zichen, who had sensed this scene, was slightly stunned and somewhat in disbelief. An attack that contained the power of laws had actually been broken? Even if he was suppressed here, it shouldn't be so easy. Could it be that the power has been dispersed? Zichen's heart skipped a beat. He only attacked one spot, yet this attack was still neutralized by the other party. What's wrong? Chung Ho looked at Zichen. Those big guys are approaching, and my rule attacks have lost their effect on them. This kind of situation would not happen outside. With just a thought, all the head realm cultivators would die. Perhaps it has something to do with this world. The aura here is clearly different from that of the other world. Naturally, it is resistant to the rules. Chung Ho glanced at Zichen again. He wanted to say something but hesitated. Those big guys were approaching, but their speed was relatively slow. Perhaps because of Zichen's previous attack, they had become more vigilant. It would probably take some time for them to get close. During this time, Ninghua and the others could use this time to recover. Thus, Zichen paid attention silently. He no longer attacked those big guys and waited for them to approach. During this period, the hurricane did not disappear. Those spiders could not get close at all, and there were countless casualties. Finally, the large spiders appeared in the perception of Chung Ho and the others. There were a total of 8 of them. At this time, Ninghua and the others had also recovered. They stood up one after another and looked at the 8 big guys. Their expressions changed. Those big guys were approaching, but they did not reproduce any smaller spiders. Obviously, they had their own methods. Zichen tried to attack again, but the rules fell on the big spiders. It was still useless. I have to go over and take a look. You guys need to guard this place, Zichen said. Don't worry, we have so many people. It's not a problem to guard against these little guys. No one showed off at this time because those big spiders were obviously not friendly. It was not a bad idea for Zichen, a protector, to go and test the waters. The most important thing was that when fighting against the big spiders, they had to be careful of the smaller ones. This was difficult for others to do. Zichen leaped forward. During this time, rules kept appearing under his feet. He was constantly borrowing the force of the air to move forward. A big spider stretched out its foreleg and pointed at Zichen in the air like a javelin. A sense of danger emerged in Zichen's heart. His figure immediately fell from the sky and trampled a large number of spiders to death. When Zichen landed, his aura surged, and the nearby spiders were sent flying. 2 clear traces were left in the air. They were 2 sword-like attacks that shot out from the big spider's forelegs. Zichen, who had dodged the attack in advance, exerted force under his feet and his figure swept forward again. During this time, rules kept flowing in all directions, taking away the smaller spiders who tried to attack. As its figure approached, the big spider opened its mouth and spat out a dark green juice that had an extremely pungent smell. It poured towards Zichen. A light lit up in front of Zichen and formed a real defense. The venom landed on it and emitted a sizzling smoke. It had an extremely strong corrosive effect. Zichen stretched out his hand and pointed forward. A ray of light shot out from his finger and landed on the spider's body. However, it exploded into sparks. The big guy's defense was beyond Zichen's expectations. After his attack was ineffective, Zichen immediately retreated. A large lustrous net fell where Zichen had been standing. It was spat out by the big spider. Zichen, who had avoided the big net, leaped high, wanting to stand on the big spider's back. More than 10 black sword-chi flew out from the spider's back, carrying boundless killing intent. Zichen could only retreat again. After a series of attacks, Zichen was unable to achieve any results. In other directions, the other 7 spiders were approaching Chung Ho and the others. Zichen was already so difficult to deal with, let alone the others. Zichen, how is it? Chung Ho shouted from afar. His voice sounded anxious. Zichen took a deep breath and replied, "It's a small problem." He slowly stretched out his hand. The surrounding spiders immediately surged forward and crawled all over Zichen's body. "Zichen!" Looking at Zichen, who was drowned by spiders, Han Nu cried out involuntarily. Buzz! There was a light tremor. Ripples spread out with Zichen as the center. The spiders crawling on Zichen's body began to rustle and fall. A bright ray of light appeared in front of Zichen and headed straight for the big spider. Pooh! The ray of light pierced the big spider's eyes and completely penetrated its body. After flying in a circle, it returned to Zichen. It was the short sword condensed by the white-clothed youth. Under Zichen's full power, it killed the big spider in one strike. The big spider's huge body collapsed with a loud bang, crushing many small spiders. The other small spiders became flustered and seemed to want to escape. But soon they calmed down again. Those that should move forward moved forward, and those that should attack Zichen attacked Zichen. Swish! Zichen's figure disappeared from the spot and charged toward the second big spider. The large spider seemed to have sensed something. Before Zichen even got close, it spat out venom, filling the entire sky with it. The venom that fell to the ground corroded many small spiders, and Zichen's defense was also affected. This was under the condition that he had the support of the laws. Without the support of the laws, his fate would not be much better than those small spiders. After the venom came spider webs. The spider webs glowed with light, and there were countless barbs on them. As long as one was enveloped, it would be extremely difficult to escape. Chi! At this moment, a ray of light passed through a gap in the spider webs, directly piercing through the head of the retreating big spider. After killing the enemy, the ray of light disappeared. It turned out that Zichen had already gone to the third spider. Killing 2 big spiders in succession was not a small blow to the other 6 spiders. They had already stopped and seemed to be considering whether or not to retreat. Shio! The ray of light appeared again, and like a straight bolt of lightning, it pierced through the body of the third spider. Following that was the fourth spider. The sound of wind and thunder could be faintly heard. The ray of light from before was silent, but this time, it caused quite a commotion. Pooh! The fourth spider died. There were still 4 spiders left. Seeing that the situation was not good, they began to retreat. At this point, Zichen naturally would not let them escape. The short sword moved close to the ground, causing countless dust to fly. It was like a dust dragon, and along the way, countless spiders were swept up and strangled by the energy. It killed the 5th big guy. Then the 6th and the 7th. The momentum of the short sword grew louder and louder. Wherever it passed, it created a hurricane, causing the earth to shake, trees to fall, and leaves to dance wildly in the sky. Everyone looked at this scene in shock. Such terrifying power, it seemed to be able to kill even gods and Buddhas. Even the group of gods and demons, who were far away, heard the commotion in the distance, and their expressions changed drastically. Is this the power of a guardian? It's too scary! How can a guardian like this, who has the advantage of heaven and earth, be killed? Several people were dejected. It seemed that not only had their plan failed, but they had also lost their original advantage. Originally, they had a chance to kill Ninghua and the others. Now that they had met up with Zichen, and Zichen had displayed such terrifying power, it would be extremely difficult to kill him. The old man's expression also became unsightly. He did not expect things to develop in the worst way. Pooh! The 8th big guy was killed by Zichen. At this point, all the big spiders that had come here were killed by Zichen. The small spiders in the surroundings seemed to have lost their leader, and they all fled like headless flies. The short sword flew back and was put away by Zichen. Amazing! In the distance, Chung Ho gave Zichen a thumbs up. The others also laughed. The biggest threat had been eliminated. The law of control is about being silent. It seems that the momentum is becoming more and more terrifying, but that is because you can't control your own power, and your mind is greatly exhausted. So, this is a sign that you are powerless. A calm voice came from not far away. Chapter 4709. With the 8 large spiders dead and the other smaller spiders fleeing, everyone thought that the crisis was over and all of them had smiles on their faces. With Zichen as their protector, they were naturally at ease. After all, the commotion behind them was huge. Even if there were other monsters hiding in the dark, they would not dare to show themselves. However, they did not expect that someone would appear so quickly. Some of them came with ill intentions. After they appeared, they looked at Zichen with a smile. "Am I right?" The short sword that had been put away was once again in Zichen's hand. His face was pale and he had consumed a lot of energy. He looked at the newcomer with a rare expression of vigilance. "Not a bad weapon. Unfortunately, you did not refine it properly after you got it. It should be the weapon you used when you were in the yen state, right?" The newcomer walked forward with the same smile on his face, and his tone was casual. "Who are you?" Zichen asked cautiously. The other party smiled again and said, "You've already guessed my identity, so why bother asking? So, you are also a protector." It seemed that only a protector could walk around freely and ignore the presence of spiders. Gutai snapped his fingers. "Let's get to know each other. I am Gutai." Chung Ho and the others' expressions changed. They did not expect a protector to appear at this time. "The rumors are true," the white-furred rat exclaimed. "It is said that there have always been 2 protectors in the Gaduan kingdom. However, they have never appeared together. Over time, everyone thought that it was just a rumor. The previous protector's death was actually a joint scheme of the white-furred rat and the others. Even the white-furred rat, who had countless subordinates and a lot of information, was dumbfounded at this moment. The newcomer should not have chosen this time to appear to get to know Zichen and make friends. This should be considered a turn of events, right? The situation was developing in the worst direction. Unwilling to accept it, Old Gu came from another direction, wanting to find out what was going on. He happened to see this scene. Shano and the others followed with smiles on their faces. This was indeed a turn of events. Because they had already accepted their failure and were feeling depressed, they did not expect another protector to appear. In that case, although the situation didn't change for the best, it is still much better than the best. The old man looked at Chung Ho and the others in the distance, and said in a low voice, "Everyone, it seems that we will have to say goodbye in this world." Zichen did not expect that the other party was actually a Dao protector. He was shocked and surprised. "Why are you here?" Gutai said. "You already know the answer. Don't tell me you don't know how you became a guardian?" Everyone's expression changed, and their last hope was gone. They didn't come with good intentions. This was because Zichen had become a protector because he had killed the white-robed young man and devoured the laws that belonged to him. Gutai continued, "I've been stuck in the head realm for a very, very long time. I originally thought that I wouldn't be able to advance any further. I didn't expect your appearance to give me hope again. So, if I want to become a demon, I can only come to you," Zichen said in a deep voice. "If you kill me and devour the origin of the laws, you will be able to advance to the fiend realm?" Gutai shook his head. "I'm not sure about this, but I can always try, right? The same applies to you. If you can kill me, you can also try to refine my laws and see if you can break through another realm. Of course, the premise is that you have the strength and ability to do so." Gutai took a step forward, and the power of laws flowed around his body. "In terms of control of laws, you are much worse than me. So only I can refine you. You won't have the chance to kill me." Zichen's expression did not change, but his heart sank. He was only a latecomer, so his understanding and control of laws could not be compared to this guy in front of him. In this regard, he was already at a disadvantage. Now that he had consumed a lot of energy, he was obviously at a disadvantage. Therefore, before this battle started, Zichen was already at a disadvantage and had no chance of winning. Previously, Gutai had already pointed out Zichen's situation, so after learning that the other party had come with ill intentions, Chung Ho walked forward. As soon as he moved, the others moved as well. At this moment, Zichen's life was closely related to theirs. If Zichen died, it would be difficult for them to survive. Don't come over. I can deal with it, Zichen shouted. He knew that it was useless. If they came over, they would only be sending themselves to their deaths. However, if they did not come over, Zichen would definitely die in the following battle. The others paused, but Frost Maiden did not stop at all and continued forward. In the distance, Old Ge mocked. You're quite infatuated, but you can only die when you encounter a Tao protector. Go. It's best if everyone goes to die first. At this moment, rustling sounds rang out again. The spiders that had disappeared earlier had reappeared. Moreover, they quickly reached the battlefield and filled it. Wang! Frost Maiden's body flowed with cold light. Frosty swept forward, freezing a large number of spiders into ice sculptures. But soon new spiders stepped forward and stepped on the ice sculptures. Frosty surged again and sealed a large number of spiders in ice. Chung Ho was anxious. Frost Maiden was powerful, but these spiders were endless. Before she could reach Zichen to deal with Gutai, she would probably not be able to hold on. Sister Frost Maiden, I'm fine. Don't worry. Zichen's voice rang out again. This time, it was much more determined. Frost Maiden hesitated for a moment before finally stopping. Then, she retreated step by step. Just as she retreated, the spiders did not attack. Instead, they surrounded her and did not move. The original battlefield was now divided into two large areas by the spiders. One was the confrontation between Zichen and Gutai, while the other was where Chung Ho and the others were. This was intentional by the spiders. Do you see it? Do you see it? Old Ji's expression became excited. We made the right bet. There's an even more powerful existence behind these spiders. At this moment, its will has already been revealed. It wants the two Tao protectors to fight to the death. The others nodded. Their expressions changed quickly. For them, this was a rare opportunity. After the spiders appeared, Zichen released his perception, wanting to see if there was another big guy coming. But this time, he did not sense anything. Then, he saw the spiders separating the battlefield. Obviously, they did not want the upcoming battle to be disturbed by external forces. He looked at Gutai. Now you still want to continue fighting? Gutai smiled and asked. Why not? Zichen asked again. Are you serious? What else? Zichen nodded seriously. He also understood Gutai's meaning. The existence secretly commanding the spiders did not appear immediately. It should be afraid of the battle strength of the two. Gutai wanted to continue fighting because he was sure of this. Once the two of them fought to the death, they could devour each other, and then return to their original state in a very short time. If they were lucky enough to break through, they could kill that existence. All right. Zichen nodded. Just as he spoke, a light flew out from his palm. It was a short sword. It was also a sneak attack. It was rare for Zichen to take the initiative to launch a sneak attack, which showed his fear of Gutai. If it was before, I would be serious, but now, you can only court death. Just as Gutai replied casually, a similar beam of light flew out. Clang! With a clang, Zichen's short sword flew back. In front of Gutai, there was also a short sword floating in front of him. It looked exactly the same as Zichen's. Looking at Zichen's slightly surprised expression, Gutai smiled and said, Why, are you surprised? Let me tell you, the reason why the weapon in your hand could be formed was my suggestion. Originally, I wanted to let that kid refine it for some time, and then I would borrow it to refine it again. I didn't expect that you would beat me to it. This is good, it saves me trouble. Swish! Gutai disappeared and appeared in front of Zichen in the next moment. The speed of the sword light was actually slower than his, but it went straight for Zichen's sea of consciousness. Zichen let go, and the short sword followed to block it. Zichen exchanged a punch with Gutai, who was close to him. A powerful force shook, and Zichen's body flew back. During this time, the two identical short swords were clashing, and sparks were bursting out from the collision. Zichen and Gutai were fighting within the trajectory of the two short swords. The two's attack was very simple. It was to meet force with force, and exchange attacks with each other. Zichen punched Gotai's forehead, and when Gotai's head was thrown back, Gotai also punched Zichen's chest. They were fighting with their physical bodies, and it was a life for a life, to see who could last until the end. However, Zichen had consumed a lot of energy, and was obviously at a disadvantage. Zichen was beaten back again and again, and he kept coughing up blood. The others were very anxious, but there was nothing they could do. Pooh! Zichen fell to the ground and coughed up blood, his face pale. Gotai stood in the distance and looked at him quietly. He did not take the opportunity to kill him. Why? You can't do it? I remember that you should have other methods, right? For example, you can say the word die to me. A powerful force flowed and surged in his body, accompanied by laws. Oh, so they are really hidden in your body. Your method is interesting. It was the power contained in Zichen's unique combat skill. Gotai used the laws to find it, and then immediately destroyed it. This was Zichen's last resort, and also his greatest reliance. It was actually seen through and neutralized. Gusong didn't lie to me. You are indeed cunning, Gotai said. Stop pretending. Continue to stand up and fight. Zichen stood up, and then he was sent flying again. When he landed, he hit some spiders, and many of them were killed. The spiders retreated again and did not take the opportunity to attack. Get up! Don't be a coward! Gotai suddenly approached and stepped on Zichen's head. With a roar of energy, Zichen's head sank into the ground. Do it! When Chung Ho and the others saw this, they could no longer hold back and began to attack the spiders. Don't worry about me. Go! Zichen, who felt that death was approaching, shouted loudly. With me here, none of them can leave. As for you, this is the end. I will first send you on your way, and then take back the power of laws that should have been mine. Gotai's eyes flashed with killing intent, and he was about to kill. The difference in power between the two was too great. Gotai, who was at his peak, could easily kill Zichen, who had consumed a lot of energy. At this moment, the sky suddenly shook, and countless ripples surged. A palm print with the power of laws appeared out of thin air. Chapter 47:10. Zichen was obviously no match for Gotai, and victory was in sight. Old Man Ge and the others were very excited. Once Gotai won, Chung Ho and the others would naturally die. Even if they wanted to run, they had to be able to do so first. This was definitely a turn of events, and the heavens were still looking out for them. Just as they were looking forward to Zichen's death, there was a change in heaven and earth. The power of the rules was suddenly mobilized by an unknown force, forming a huge palm print that fell from the sky. In the depths of this space, there was an independent space, and Lady was standing in this space at the moment. He looked up at the sky. There was a gap there, and countless black lights emerged from the gap. The aura of these black lights was very unique, obviously different from any aura in the Saint Spirit domain. Standing in this space, Lady felt a sense of oppression. This feeling came partly from the gap, but mostly from the pagoda. The pagoda was 7 stories tall, and the body of the pagoda was pitch black, made of an unknown material. There were 2 words on the pagoda. Prison suppression. After Lady found this prison suppression pagoda, his attention was on it. He circled the pagoda and slowly flew up, carefully looking at the floors of the pagoda from the outside. However, he could not see anything. Coming to the bottom of the pagoda and looking at the closed door, Lady fell into hesitation, as if he did not know whether to enter or not. When he first came to this strange world, Lady did not feel anything strange. He was curious about everything he saw and was very satisfied with his ability. However, as time passed, he gradually found that he was different from others. At this time, he came here just to find the truth. And the prison suppression pagoda in front of him might be the truth. At this time, Lady suddenly frowned, and his mood became a little irritable. Then, he moved his gaze away from the prison suppression pagoda and looked into the distance. His gaze seemed to penetrate this independent space and see what was happening in the distance. He was silent, and his eyes did not blink, as if he saw something interesting and was very focused. After some time, Lady moved. He stretched his muscles and showed a dissatisfied look. This kind of behavior is more or less shameless. It's fine if I didn't see it, but since I saw it, I can't just ignore it. After all, to live in this world, I still have to have some face. As soon as he finished speaking, he waved his hand and lightly clapped. Several ripples surged out from his body and disappeared more than 100 feet away. No one knew what he had done. But in an extremely distant place, in the air above Zichen and Gutai, a massive palm imprint of laws appeared out of nowhere. It appeared without warning, and as soon as it appeared, it sealed off the surroundings, forming an absolutely oppressive space. In this space, Zichen, who was lying on the ground, couldn't move at all, and Gutai, who was standing there, couldn't move either. There was a saying, "Even if the sky falls, there are tall people to hold it up." The current situation was like the sky was collapsing, and Gutai was the taller one. Faced with the sudden change, he could only raise his head and watch as the palm imprint descended from the sky. Boom! As the palm fell, the heavens and earth shook. A powerful shockwave surged, and the surrounding spiders were all sent flying backward. When they landed on the ground, they were annihilated by the surging precepts. Smoke and dust were flying in the air, and among them were many trees that had turned into powder. In an instant, within the range of the palm imprint, there were only 2 people left. Other than that, there was nothing else. When the smoke and dust dissipated, Gutai was still standing there, and Zichen was still lying on the ground. They didn't look any different from before. The difference was that Gutai was bleeding from the corner of his mouth, and there was also blood in between his eyebrows. His short sword fell far away, trembling slightly. No one knew if it was because of fear or because it was wailing. There was an instant of silence, and it seemed that even the spiders had stopped moving forward. No one knew where the palm imprint came from, and they didn't even know what effect it had. They were all shocked by the might of the palm imprint. Shang-Ti seemed to have sensed something, and he turned his head to look in a certain direction, but he didn't see anything. Zichen, who was at a loss, stood up and faced the motionless Gutai, and pushed his palm out. Pun! Gutai's body slid back by 3 feet, and his lifeless eyes gradually regained their luster. At that moment, he felt as if he had encountered a mighty heavenly might, and his soul was about to be scattered. But for some reason, the heavenly might didn't destroy him, but only injured him. Zichen also didn't know what was going on, but since his opponent was injured by a palm imprint from beyond the heavens, it was a good thing for him. Our injuries don't seem to be much different now, so let's continue the battle. Zichen wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and rushed towards Gutai. This palm imprint rekindled his confidence. The short sword danced, and went straight for the space between his opponent's eyebrows. Clang! The 2 short swords clashed, and sparks flew. Zichen and Gutai each gave each other a punch. The powerful force caused the 2 to fly back and fall to the ground. Then, they got up again and continued the battle. The spacious area that was previously cleared was filled by the surrounding spiders again, and they stopped Chung Ho and the others from helping. Because in this situation, once Chung Ho and the others joined in, the situation would definitely change. On the other side, spiders appeared in front of Old Man Ge and the others, intending to stop them. But it didn't have much effect, as Old Man Ge and the others didn't intend to rush out now. Even when the spiders arrived, they wanted to retreat. Obviously, they were being watched by someone in the dark. Once the other party had the intention to kill them, they would die. The battle between Zichen and Gutai continued, but this time, because Gutai was also injured, there was no absolute suppression. Both sides were exchanging attacks. The battle was now evenly divided, and it depended on who could last until the end. Why do I feel that the previous palm imprint was meant to help Zichen? Shan-O couldn't help but mutter as he watched the battle. If it was meant to help Zichen, why didn't it just kill the protector? Not to mention that it couldn't be done. With that kind of terrifying power, even if there were a few Gutais, they would have died. Someone next to him said. Old Man Ge paused and said, Could it be because of the restrictions of heaven and earth? To determine a winner between the protectors, they must be under the same conditions? Previously, Zichen consumed a lot of energy, but Gutai was at his peak. So when Zichen was about to die, the rules appeared to stop it. The others nodded, as this possibility was still very high. Everyone should maintain a sense of reverence towards the rules. Chung Ho and the others were anxious, but there was nothing they could do now. They could only watch as the two protectors determined a winner. The winner was life and death. In the continuous collision, the injuries of the two were worsening, but no one fell. Even if their bodies were staggering, they still stood up and continued to fight. Why haven't you fallen? Why haven't you fallen? Gutai punched Zichen's chin, causing Zichen to retreat continuously, and he himself was also staggering. Zichen smiled, and blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. When you die, I will naturally fall. He punched back, causing Gutai to spit out blood. Both of them looked miserable. Don't even think about it, I won't fall. I want you to die, I want you to die. In a spurt of energy, Gutai stepped forward and punched Zichen again and again. Zichen had long been exhausted. Facing such a series of attacks, he was powerless to fight back and kept retreating. After more than 10 punches, Zichen finally fell. Ha ha, the one who fell is still you. See? You're still the one who fell. Gutai couldn't help but laugh. He was very proud and crazy. Zichen fell to the ground, and it would be very difficult for him to stand up in his current state. So after failing to succeed, he nodded and said, Yes, I've fallen. But the one who died is still you. Gutai's smile stopped. He seemed to have thought of something, as fear appeared in his eyes and he retreated again and again. It's useless. As long as I'm not at my peak, you can't sense the existence of my power. As his voice faded, Zichen uttered the word die. Countless forces seemed to explode inside Gutai's body. Accompanied by a powerful roar, he spat out a mouthful of blood, which was accompanied by fragments of his internal organs. The spiders on the periphery were originally very quiet, but after Gutai spat out blood, they seemed to be in a commotion. You! Gutai pointed his finger at Zichen, but he didn't know what to say. His eyes were full of hatred, but more than that, there was regret. He didn't know if he regretted appearing here. If he lived according to his original life, he would be drinking tea in the bamboo house at this moment. How leisurely and carefree would he be? Along with this, he also hated Gusong. He shouldn't have listened to that smelly fox's bewitchment. He didn't get the opportunity to come here, but instead faced the threat of death. Zichen slowly stood up. The spiders were still in a commotion, but they still didn't move forward. Zichen looked at Gutai in front of him and said, At this point, you'd better not persist. Otherwise, our results will be taken advantage of by others. Just as Zichen spoke, the power of the laws between heaven and earth began to surge, accompanied by countless vitality, which converged towards Zichen's body. The reason why he didn't use the laws to heal before was that when the two of them were fighting, the laws suppressed each other and couldn't be used to heal at all. It was the same for both sides. Now it was all good. The spiders finally moved and quickly moved towards the battlefield. Zichen's face turned cold. At this point, you still haven't given up. You're obviously trying to trick me. Since you've lost, you have to admit it. What's the point of holding on? Therefore, before Gutai died, he saw Zichen throw out another punch. This punch contained the laws. He was already powerless to resist, so he naturally couldn't stop Zichen from using the laws. Bang! Gutai flew out. A ray of light flew out from Gutai's body, and then it was pulled towards Zichen. Chapter 47:11. After Gutai fell to the ground, what flew out of his body was the source of the rule. It flew towards Zichen, and countless blood-colored roses seemed to be blooming on its blood-stained white clothes. The source of the rule entered Zichen's body, and more vitality came from all directions, healing Zichen's injuries. Zichen's injuries were visibly recovering. Those spiders came close and tried to attack Zichen. A light shield of the rule appeared, blocking all the spiders outside. Inside the light shield, Zichen sat cross-legged and began to refine the source of the rule. When Chung Ho and the others saw this, they breathed a sigh of relief. After killing Gutai and obtaining a new source of the rule, Zichen may be able to become the newest demon in one fell swoop. When that time comes, who can fight against him? Damn it, it turned out like this! Old Man Ge cursed in a low voice. Originally, they were in an advantageous situation, but because of the sudden appearance of the palm print, the situation changed. Now that Gutai was dead, Zichen, who had refined the origin of the rules, would undoubtedly become more powerful. For them, Zichen is already invincible, so they need to retreat immediately. Otherwise, when Zichen recovers, they will inevitably suffer strong revenge. And looking at the current situation, the spiders have launched another attack. It should be that big guy coming out. They believe that Zichen will still be in a lot of trouble. Everyone retreated. The failure of the plan this time allowed Zichen to gain a huge advantage, but they can't care about it now. Old Man Ge said. Shan-O carefully sensed the location of that existence. Shan-O looked at Old Man Ge, very puzzled. It's already very good that the other party didn't take the initiative to kill them. Are we going to take the initiative to attack again? We haven't found the opportunity to become a demon for a long time. Maybe it's because they are protected by some powerful existence. Old Man Ge explained. Don't you think that the existence controlling the spiders is very strong? Maybe the place where it is where the secret is. Now that Zichen has killed so many big spiders, he must have angered the other side. Maybe there will be a fight between the two sides, and we can take advantage of the time when the two sides are fighting to go to the other side's nest to take a look. Maybe there will be some gains. The others fell into deep thought. This was a gamble. And the stakes were even bigger. Old Man Ge continued. This is our only chance now. If we can't take advantage of the battle between the two sides to obtain the opportunity, then what's the point of us staying here? They had already seen how difficult it was to deal with the little spiders. If they really waited until those existences were free, then it would be troublesome. Old Man Ge looked at everyone. So, even if we have to gamble, we can only gamble one last time. Success or failure depends on this. If we succeed, we will create a miracle and become the strongest existence in the world. If you fail, the result will be the same. The few of them nodded solemnly. It was indeed as Old Man Ge had said. Under such circumstances, they could only gamble for the last time. The icy aura surged and froze a large number of spiders. Chung Ho punched out. Wherever the fist light passed, a large area of vacuum appeared in front of him. Ninghua and the others successively attacked those spiders. The four beasts were also following the rules. Some of them were resting, preparing for the rotation later. Before Zichen finished refining, everyone had to carefully deal with those spiders and strive for a long time to prepare for battle. Because no one dared to guarantee how long Zichen's refining would last. If we continue forward, we will have passed through the 18 kingdoms and reached the territory of the Honorable King. It is said that he is the strongest existence in this world. The 18 kingdoms are ruled by him. As long as he gives the order, everyone will move. Let's go, Shui Wu. The two of us will go there and see what kind of background that Honorable King has. Lei Tianshi flew through the sky with Shui Wu. Wherever they passed, no one could see them. He flew past the 18 kingdoms and arrived at the place where the Honorable King was. Passing through the tall castle, he saw the Honorable King. It was a middle-aged man wearing a yellow robe. The robe had a real dragon embroidered on it, like an emperor of the mortal world. At this moment, the Honorable King was pouring tea. There was a guest. Lei Tianshi looked at the guest opposite the Honorable King. He was slightly startled and surprised. Because that was the Honorable of the Holy Thunder Clan, known as the strongest person in the world, Lei Zhenke. Lei Tianshi had known Lei Zhenke since the previous era. Back then, Lei Zhenke was quite famous, but not as famous as Zichen and the others. At that time, Lei Tianshi was not an honorable king and was not ranked. In front of Lei Junke and the others, he was considered a junior. Lei Tianshi did not expect that at this time. Lei Junke was the strongest person. This is the best tea in this world. Sir, try it and see how different it is from your hometown. The Honorable King smiled and handed the teacup to Lei Junke. As for the method of picking tea, it was passed down by the old master. Unfortunately, I did not stay by his side for long and did not understand the essence. Lei Junke took it and thanked him. Sir, you have seen all the mountains and rivers here. Have you thought of any good ideas? The Honorable King asked. Lei Junke took a sip of tea and put down the teacup. Not yet. Sir, you must help me. The Honorable King said helplessly. Now that this world is in chaos, there might be a disaster in the future. I can only go to your hometown to lie low for a while. Lei Junke laughed. Lie low for a while? Honorable King, you must be joking. In our world, with your status, you will definitely be at the peak. Plus, you have the power of 18 kingdoms. The original 3 races of God, Demon, and Spirit will become 4 races. The Honorable King stretched out his hand. In all honesty, this time, I only want to take refuge. If I can see the scenery of your hometown, it will be great. As for power, the Honorable King sighed and looked as if he had seen through the world. I have long since stopped caring about such things. Sir, you don't need to worry about it. If we can reach your hometown, I will do my best to help you. I, Gushan, will always keep my word. Lei Junke said. I believe that. That is why I have been trying to find a way. However, I am curious about the master you spoke of. He is so powerful, so why hasn't he returned for so many years? Where did he go? The Honorable King shook his head. No one knows where he went. In any case, he disappeared one day later. The Honorable King paused for a moment before saying, Maybe those 4 livestock know. Before Master disappeared, he was with them. Lei Junke said regretfully, If I knew where your master went, maybe I would have more clues. Unfortunately, there is no way to communicate with them. Moreover, after we came here, we directly appeared in the kingdom and had no contact with the 4 livestock you spoke of. If we could talk to them, maybe we would have a way. The Honorable King Gushan said. Then Sir can try to find a breakthrough from the humans. I heard that among the humans who came here, there is someone who has contact with those 4 livestock. Maybe Sir can communicate with them through him. Lei Junke asked curiously. Who is this human you are talking about? Is he from the spirit race or the demon race? If he is from the spirit race, maybe I can do something. But if he is from the demon race, then I am powerless. Spirit race, I think his name is Zichen. Oh, Zichen? Why, sir, do you know this Zichen? I do know one, but I am not sure if we are talking about the same person. Lei Junke's eyes flashed. What do you know about this Zichen? I have never seen him before, so I have only heard some news. The Honorable King shook his head again. Lei Tianshi listened for a while. He was bored to the extreme. Both sides were just probing each other. It was too boring. Neither Lei Junke nor the Honorable King noticed Lei Tianshi's arrival. Lei Tianshi prepared to leave. At this time, Lei Junke's voice rang out again. I heard that 2 people left this place? This rumor should be false, right? No, it's true. The Honorable King Gushan said. There were indeed 2 people who were taken away by you humans. But I don't know who exactly took them away. You are the Honorable King here. How can there be something you don't know? Lei Junke was puzzled. The Honored King said, To be honest, I know everything except this. All these years, I've been guessing why the other party would take 2 people with them. You should know that there are no humans here, so how did these 2 people appear? Lei Junke's expression changed. Is it possible that they found them in a place you don't know, and then took them away? Just like this time when the inverted world was opened, didn't you not notice anything before? You know that inverted world, there are no humans in it. The Honorable King's expression suddenly changed. You mean that there are other unknown places here, and there are humans there? Lei Junke said in a low voice. Maybe there is a coordinate that leads to other places. Lei Tianxue looked into the distance, his gaze seemingly piercing through space to see where Zichen was. At this time, he also fell into deep thought. The last bit of the origin of law was refined by Zichen, and he opened his eyes. The injuries on his body had already recovered. The battle on Cheng Ho's side was still going on. Outside of Zichen's protection, the spiders did not withdraw and were still attacking fearlessly. Zichen stood up and stretched, feeling somewhat regretful. He thought that he could really break through and become a demon-like existence in one fell swoop, but now he knew that he was thinking too much. That person called Gutai also thought too much. It was impossible to break through. If it was so easy to become a demon, it was impossible for such an existence to not appear in the spiritual realm for so many years. It seemed that he still had to rely on the secret here to have a chance to reach the demon realm. After refining Gutai's origin of law, although he did not break through, Zichen also obtained great benefits. The most obvious change was that his perception range had become farther. He was also more proficient in controlling the law. Within the protection, Zichen waved his hand, and rays of light appeared and came to Zichen's side. It was Gutai's short sword. Now that it had become Zichen's weapon, it could be fused with his previous short sword and then condensed again. Putting away the short sword, Zichen looked up into the distance. In his perception, there was an even larger behemoth there. P.S. The epidemic has worsened, the city, county, and villages are all sealed. Chapter 47:12. Zichen gently waved his hand, and the barrier disappeared. At the same time, a strong wind appeared around him, blowing away all the spiders outside the barrier. When the other spiders tried to move forward again, it was as if they had encountered an invisible wall. No matter how hard they tried, they couldn't get within 30 meters of Zichen. As Zichen moved forward, the spiders were forcefully thrown away. However, they maintained a safe distance of 30 meters. Seeing this, the white-furred rat behind him cried out excitedly, indicating for Lord Zichen to come over and help. Although everyone was working together to fight against the spiders, they were already exhausted. Zichen didn't reply. He didn't even turn around. Instead, he walked forward. Wherever he passed, the spiders would forcefully retreat. Whoosh! Perhaps because he thought this was too slow, Zichen exerted force on his feet and soared into the sky, flying into the distance. His body drew an arc in the air. Just as he was about to land, a disk of laws appeared under his feet. He borrowed force from the disk, and the disk disappeared. He continued flying into the distance. "Lord, why are you leaving?" The white-furred rat seemed very disappointed. Cheng Ho waved his hand and said, "He should be looking for the existence controlling the spiders. As long as we get rid of it, we will be truly safe. Everyone, hold on for a while longer." Because they weren't sure when Zichen would finish refining, everyone had already prepared for a long battle. Thus, they could still hold on for a while longer. In Zichen's field of vision, there was a small mountain. That was the spider's main body. All the small spiders came from it. Zichen descended and stood 30 meters away from the small mountain. There was a huge hole in its abdomen, and spiders were constantly emerging from it. It was like the entrance to another world. The number of spiders would never end. Zichen looked at the small mountain and didn't say anything. Those small spiders seemed to have sensed his presence and kept approaching him. However, when they were 30 meters away, their bodies were blocked. This caused more and more spiders to appear 30 meters away from Zichen. In the blink of an eye, they were already as tall as a person. This height was still increasing, and it seemed like they were going to drown Zichen. The mountain-like spider was still standing there, continuously releasing smaller spiders. Zichen moved. He waved his hand. Ripples surged out from his palm, and the little spiders that were 30 meters away from him all fell to the ground dead. An intense gale containing wind blades flew towards the large spider in the distance, bringing with it a massive aura. This was Zichen's first attack. The large spider did not do anything else. It allowed the hurricane to approach, and the small spiders died almost instantly. The large spider did not react at all, allowing the hurricane to wreak havoc. During this time, one could even hear the sound of countless wind blades cutting through the spider's body. Because they were very close to each other, Zichen knew what had happened. His expression changed. His attack, which contained the power of rule force, actually failed to break through the defense. Perhaps it was because Zichen was attacking the Spider King, but the surrounding small spiders started attacking Zichen like crazy. However, after reaching a distance of 30 meters, they stopped again. Then, one by one, they began to bite and block their attacks. The rustling sound was accompanied by the ear-piercing sound of gnawing. Zichen's vision quickly turned dark again. The small spiders had blocked his vision again. His vision could not be seen, but his perception was still there. After the hurricane disappeared, the large spider did not leave. Instead, it continued to reproduce. Zichen stomped his foot. The ground shook, and all the spiders fell to the ground. Then, sharp spikes grew from the ground, piercing the small spiders' bodies. Not a single one was left alive. The area in front of him was cleared. Zichen threw a punch. A dazzling light lit up in front of Zichen's eyes. A resplendent fist light went straight for the large spider. During this time, the power of rule force continued to fall from the sky and entered the fist light, providing a part of its strength. This punch was mighty. Just the air wave that it brought out plowed a big hole in the ground. This was also the strongest punch that Zichen had shown since he arrived here. If Gutai came back to life, he would be seriously injured by this punch. Because this punch gathered the power of Zichen and Gutai's rule force. The fist light fell on the large spider's body and then exploded, forming a wave of air. Countless spiders were blown away by the air wave. The surrounding trees also fell and broke under the air wave. The area within a radius of 30 meters became very clean. In front of Zichen, there was a bigger plow mark. It was drawn by the large spider's body. It was repelled by Zichen's punch for nearly 30 meters. But that was it. Other than that, it did not have any other obvious injuries. Moreover, after the air wave disappeared, the large spider continued to reproduce small spiders to attack. Zichen tapped his foot, and his figure disappeared out of thin air. The next moment, he appeared in front of the large spider. He threw a punch. With a loud bang, the fist hit the large spider's body. At the same time, Zichen felt a dangerous aura. It turned out that more than 10 cold lights flew out from the large spider's body. Like sword lights, they went straight to Zichen. This attack was somewhat similar to the previous one. In his perception, the power was stronger. Zichen's figure flashed again, dodging these lights, and then continued to throw punches. Just like that, he dodged again and again. Each punch had the power of rule force. Banging sounds continued to sound. It sounded like a lot of movement, but it did not really cause any effective damage to the large spider. On the large spider's body, there were constant attacks similar to sword lights. Facing these attacks, Zichen did not dare to take them head-on. Finally, after dozens of punches without any effect, Zichen noticed the relatively slender spider's leg. Once the other party's leg was broken and it could not move, it might be easy to deal with. When Zichen approached, he threw another punch. This punch was at the peak of his strength. After hitting the spider's leg, the other party staggered a few steps. Then, Zichen saw a crack on the spider's leg. There's hope. Zichen's eyes lit up. He had found a way to deal with the large spider. At this moment, Zichen's expression changed slightly, and he immediately retreated. A large white net fell from the sky. It covered an area of nearly 100 feet. It was very huge. Zichen's figure flashed again and again. When the large net fell, he hid outside. Then, a light flashed in front of Zichen. Like a bolt of lightning, he rushed toward the place where the spider's leg was broken. The short sword was extremely fast. It was accompanied by rule force. Most importantly, it was extremely sharp. Poof! The short sword pierced through the spider's leg and forcefully severed it. The large spider lost its balance and staggered a few steps back. Then, a second light appeared. It was the short sword that had not been refined yet. It was Gutai's rule weapon. At this moment, it was also mobilized by Zichen. This attack was aimed at the large spider's body. The short sword hit the spider's body and exploded with a sonorous sound. During this time, countless sparks flew in all directions. It did not penetrate the spider's body and only left a crack. Although there was no substantial effect, Zichen saw hope. Just as he planned to exhaust the spider bit by bit from a distance, he saw the large spider turn around and leave. The other small spiders quickly surrounded it like solid walls, blocking the direction of Zichen's pursuit. Boom! Zichen put up a defense around his body and forcefully rushed over. After knocking down several spider walls in succession, Zichen realized that the large spider had already left. The other small spiders also began to retreat. This time, the spider's movement came to an end. In the blink of an eye, there were no longer any living spiders. All that was left were incomplete corpses. Zichen walked forward and came to the place where the previous battle had taken place. He picked up a thick spider leg. As he tapped it with his fingers, it was as if he was hitting steel. There was a sonorous sound. Not only was it heavy, but it was also very sturdy. It could be used as a material for refining weapons. Even if he didn't refine it now, it could still be used as a weapon. Zichen decided to go back first. He didn't know how the situation was with Chung Ho and the others. However, according to Zichen's perception and guessed in his heart, the spiders on Chung Ho's side should have also retreated at this time. Zichen, who had taken a few steps forward, suddenly stopped. He clenched the spider leg in his hand a little tighter, as if he was holding a weapon. He looked ahead, where there was a big tree. There was a touch of vigilance in his eyes. At the previous moment, Zichen's eyes swept across the big tree. He didn't see anything, nor did he perceive anything. But then, there was an abnormal situation. "Come out!" Zichen shouted in a deep voice with a vigilant look. It was reasonable to say that he had just killed Gutai not long ago and refined Gutai's origin of law. Previously, even the big spider with unfathomable physical strength was driven away. Although he consumed some energy, he could recover in the blink of an eye. Now that he was in his peak state, there shouldn't be anything that made him vigilant. Behind the big tree, a man walked out. Zichen had never seen the other party before, but after seeing the other party for the first time, he perceived two different auras from the other party. One was attraction, and the other was repulsion. These two perceptions shouldn't have appeared at the same time. Soon, Zichen understood the source of this feeling. His expression couldn't help but change. Guardian? Only a guardian could give Zichen this feeling. Only a guardian could explain it. However, weren't there only two guardians? Moreover, he had killed both of them. His origin of law came from these two people. What was going on with the one in front of him? The other party looked at Zichen and didn't speak, but this silence was also a kind of tacit agreement. Just as Zichen was guessing where the other party came from, he perceived the aura of a third person. Like the man in front of him, the feeling he gave Zichen was also a contradictory attraction and repulsion. Chapter 47:13. In the Gaduan Kingdom, the Guardians were a secret and not many people knew about them. In the past, Bumi led Zichen step by step and set up a trap for the young man in white. That was also because of the orders of the leader, the white-furred mouse. The white-furred mouse did all this because of the orders from the higher-ups. The Guardians were a true secret, and only those at the leader level knew about them because the Guardians were really against people at the level of light fragrance. However, the white-furred mouse only knew that there was one guardian, and was not aware of Gutai's existence. However, what was going on with the two in front of him? Where did these two guardians come from? Not only was Zichen curious, but even the other two had strange expressions on their faces. They had rushed over because they sensed the abnormality in the rules, but they were too late. Everything was over and they only saw Zichen standing there. The three of them stared at each other, curious and vigilant. They did not take the initiative to attack. The atmosphere was silent and gradually became oppressive. Moreover, no one knew how long this silence would last. May I know how to address the two of you? Zichen looked at the two and took the initiative to break the silence. The two did not respond and instead became more vigilant. Zichen's expression did not change as he continued to cup his fists and said, I'm Zichen from the Gaduan Kingdom. When the two of them heard this, their expressions changed. After which, they glanced at each other and quickly put some distance between them. The expression in Zichen's eyes also changed. Through the expressions and actions of the two, in addition to the intentional words from before, he could faintly guess the identities of the two. This result shocked Zichen, and he found it hard to believe. The white-furred mouse said that he was happy here. In the Heavenly Kingdom, there were a total of 18 kings and the Gaduan Kingdom was only one of them. In other words, there were 17 kingdoms and 17 kings in addition to the Gaduan Kingdom. If the Guardians were not limited to the other world and were only limited to the Guardians in the Gaduan Kingdom, it meant that in the other 17 kingdoms, there were 2 Guardians in each kingdom, corresponding to the speech realm and the head realm. Of course, this was only Zichen's guess. Perhaps there was only one. What Zichen had seen so far were only 2 of the kingdoms. There were perhaps 15 other kingdoms that were similar to the 2 of them. This speculation shook Zichen's heart. Because he and Gutai could devour each other, didn't that mean that he could also devour each other with these guardians? The so-called attraction was due to the attraction of the rules. Similarly, the so-called rejection also originated from the rules. This discovery made Zichen feel uneasy, so he decided to leave this place first. After all, there were still many guardians. Perhaps all of them were on their way here. If they were to join forces, then he would not be able to leave even if he wanted to. Having made up his mind, Zichen once again cupped his fists at the 2 of them. Gentlemen, I still have other matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave first. As he spoke, Zichen was still holding on to the spider's leg. It was unknown if the 2 of them were afraid, but they did not stop Zichen. With a tap of his foot, Zichen rapidly propelled himself forward through the air. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared from the 2's line of sight. After Zichen left, the 2 guardians looked at each other. It was unknown what each of them was thinking. At this moment, another person appeared. It was also a guardian. Zichen's perception was extremely strong, so even after leaving, he sensed the appearance of a 3rd guardian, then a 4th, and a 5th. His heart was a little heavy because these existences were very likely to be enemies in the future. When he arrived in front of Chung Ho and the others, the spiders here had indeed retreated. How is it? Chung Ho saw Zichen appear and asked. What is this? Zichen said. I found a big guy. Its skin is rough and its flesh is thick. It's much harder to fight than the previous 8, but I've already beaten it away. This is a broken leg. I brought it back. Chung Ho took the broken leg and clearly felt that it was heavy in his hand. He held it and waved it a few times. There was a whistling sound of wind. It looks a bit like a sickle. It looks good. Chung Ho clearly felt that the broken leg was sturdy, and there were sharp barbs on the calf bone. It could be said that it was a rare weapon. Then I'll give it to you, Zichen said. Really? Chung Ho's eyes lit up. He was clearly very interested in the spider leg. Zichen nodded and said, If we meet again, break a few more legs and give them to everyone. These leg bones are very sturdy. They should be able to be refined into weapons when we bring them back. By the way, where are the huge spiders from before? Previously, Zichen had killed 8 huge spiders. However, he did not pay attention to them because of Gutai's appearance. Han Nu held the 8 inner cores and said, These were found in their bodies. They should be chief-level inner cores. After the spiders retreated, they went to retrieve the inner cores. Zichen had killed many chieftains, so he knew the aura of their inner cores. At that moment, the 8 inner cores were flickering with a dark light. There seemed to be a black aura flowing around them. Zichen sensed the power of poison through the laws. Then, he thought of Zhang Haotian and said, There's poison power in them. Who needs them? Li Haoqing took one. He needed to study it. As for the others, they shook their heads and rejected it. Firstly, they did not put in much effort, and were embarrassed to take it. Secondly, it was not compatible with them. Everyone was still somewhat resistant to poison. Zichen looked at Chung Ho, who shook his head and said, "I only need this leg bone." Zichen put away the 7 inner cores. He planned to give them to Zhang Haoyan after returning and let him refine them. Zichen did not say anything about the other Dao protectors because Chung Ho and the others could not help. Once they learned about this, everyone would be worried for him. This was something Zichen did not want to see. After the spiders retreated, everyone was safe. Everyone's mood to explore new opportunities was still as enthusiastic as ever. After all, everyone had come here for the opportunities here. Zichen said, "Let's wait for a while." The Dao protectors had gathered together. They did not know what the situation was like. If they rashly went forward, they would probably cause trouble for themselves. Zichen asked everyone. As soon as they arrived in this world, spiders appeared. These spiders were the most obvious enemies. In that case, it was necessary to follow the direction the spiders had left to take a look. For safety reasons, Zichen stayed for a while and then deliberately refined Gatai's short sword. He did not have time to fuse the 2 short swords at the moment, so he only did some small refinement. However, this could still improve Zichen's combat strength. After doing this, Zichen led everyone into the distance. The direction was the direction the big spiders had left. At the same time, it was also the place where the Dao protectors had gathered. Zichen predicted that those people had already left. Because there were too many of them, it was impossible for them to fight with each other immediately. Therefore, the biggest possibility was that they had retreated. Of course, they would return sooner or later. Zichen wanted to take advantage of the time when they retreated to take everyone through that area and go to the place where the big spiders were hiding to take a look. As for becoming a demon, Zichen did not have much hope. After seeing those Dao protectors, he guessed how he should go on the path of becoming a demon. The group deliberately sped up. When they arrived at the place where they had met the Dao protectors again, Zichen did not see any other Dao protectors. This proved that his guess was correct. Following the tracks, Zichen went to the place where the big spiders were hiding. When he arrived, Zichen sensed a battle from afar. He was a little surprised, but then he smiled. Chung Ho looked at Zichen in confusion, not knowing why he was smiling. Zichen said, "We found the people of God and Devil. We should be able to deal with them here. It seems that our luck is not bad this time." Then Zichen looked at everyone. "You guys hide first. I'll go over first." There were still many spiders there, so it was useless for them to go over. After telling everyone to be careful again, Zichen walked into the distance. After quietly approaching, Zichen saw an interesting scene. All the spiders surrounded the people of God and Devil but did not kill them. When they got close, they started to circle around them as if they had lost their direction. The few of them were retreating. Their faces were filled with fear and unwillingness. Zichen saw everything. It was not that the spiders were merciful, but that Shan O was very powerful. He did not know how to make the spiders lose their target. "Should we go up and try again?" A saint venerable from the devil race said unwillingly. "Just a little bit more. Just a little bit more." Oldga said angrily. "What time is it now? You're still thinking about that? If you miss this opportunity, you can encounter it again next time. If you lose your life, then you won't have any more chances. You too, be quiet. Don't alarm those big guys." Shan O glared at the two. At the moment, he was already struggling. They kept retreating, and the spiders followed them in circles again and again. "Since we've run into them, then I'm sorry." Zichen's lips curled into a cold smile. He did not need to be merciful to these people. He immediately attacked. His short sword turned into a beam of light and flew in another direction. There was a big spider there. It was not the one Zichen could not kill before. It was something like a leader. Zichen did not kill it. Instead, he left a hole in its body. The spider was in pain. It immediately broke free from the mental control it had been under. The small spiders that were circling in place immediately attacked Shan O's group. Zichen heard a cry of surprise from afar. As for what happened next, Zichen did not pay attention. He walked toward the spider that could reproduce. He had sensed its location long ago. During this time, Zichen used a portion of the laws to create a layer of camouflage around himself. Wherever he passed, the small spiders did not notice. Chapter 47:14. In Zichen's original perception, it was hazy and he couldn't see clearly. Therefore, he hid an approach, and saw an image. In the image, the giant spider that Zichen had broken a leg was recuperating in a small pool. The water in the pool was emitting specks of light. His broken leg was now slowly growing back. It could actually repair itself. Obviously, the pool of liquid that could regenerate the spider's leg and block Zichen's perception was not ordinary. The opportunity that the unwilling gods and demons were talking about should be this liquid. Zichen looked into the distance, where the gods and demons were fighting. Because of Zichen's intervention, Shano's method was useless, and the two sides were fighting. However, the result was predictable, so Zichen didn't care too much about it. Perhaps it was because of this glance, but the giant spider moved. Its mountain-like body turned and looked in Zichen's direction. Just as Zichen was guessing whether he had been discovered, a group of spider leaders started heading in his direction. Zichen knew that he had been discovered, so he attacked without hesitation. Light flashed, and the short sword flashed like lightning in front of the giant spiders. Then, one spider leader after another fell to the ground. The giant spider saw this scene, recognized Zichen, and began to move. The other small spiders found Zichen's hiding place and came in his direction. Zichen took the initiative to remove his concealment method. The moment he appeared, the approaching spiders were thrown away. The giant spider sped up. As for the extraordinary water in the pool, it decisively abandoned it. The other spiders immediately came in front, wanting to block Zichen's path. Zichen's figure flashed, and after a few times he arrived in front of the pool of water. Surging vitality surged from the pool, and the vitality was unimaginably strong. Zichen reached out and touched it lightly. The boundless energy in the pool seemed to be attracted, and it gathered in Zichen's body. Then, Zichen felt his strength improve a little. In addition to his strength, his body was also absorbing the energy, slowly growing stronger. This discovery made Zichen's eyes light up. Obviously, if he continued to grow like this, his strength might be able to break through again. Even if he couldn't break through, this energy could increase his battle strength again. With this energy, Zichen didn't have time to care about the escaping giant spider. Zichen could tell that the spider was equivalent to a demon. What Zichen didn't know was that when all the spiders retreated, the spiders that were fighting the gods and demons also left one by one. This caused Old Man Ge and the others to secretly heave a sigh of relief, saying that it was a close call. As for the reason, they didn't know. Old Man Ge asked, "What happened? Did you make them retreat?" After the attack, Shano had been trying to think of a solution, but it was useless. The giant spider suddenly became very irritable, and it didn't listen to his guidance at all. Shano shook his head and said, "I don't know." In fact, he really didn't know why the spiders retreated. Could it be that they met their natural enemy? A sacred master said, "I heard that this thing has many natural enemies. Maybe the natural enemy is here, and it is fighting with it right now, so it has no time to care about us." Old Man Ge looked at him and said, "What do you mean?" "A great opportunity is right in front of us. If we don't go and take a look, wouldn't it be a loss? What if, and I mean what if, we find the opportunity?" Just a moment ago, they were already next to the pool, but just as they felt the wonders of the pool, the big guy ran back. They could only run away immediately. Now that the situation was better, maybe they could go to the pool and take a look. Old Man Ge was angry. "At this time, aren't you afraid of death? If we are going to die here sooner or later, why not try?" The sacred master said. Maybe there will be a chance." The others were also a bit tempted, because this was the closest they had ever been to an opportunity. After hesitating for a while, they still decided to go and take a look, hoping that there was a chance. They walked towards the pool. Everywhere they passed, there was not a single spider in sight. This made everyone smile. Perhaps this time, luck had really descended upon them? Just as they were about to reach the pool, they saw a person standing there, looking at them with a smile. After seeing the person's face, everyone's expression changed. Old Man Gu cried out in alarm. "Retreat! Retreat quickly!" Everyone began to retreat, and now they finally understood the reason. "Don't you think it is too late to leave now?" Zichen smiled coldly and stood still, but the two short swords, one on the left and one on the right, flew toward those existences. Whoosh! Whoosh! The short swords broke through the air, leaving a clear mark in the air. Next to Old Man Gu, a sacred master fell. If it was in the outside world, it was almost impossible for Zichen to kill the other party, but it was completely different here. The realms of the two sides were forced to be equal by the rules here, and at the same time, the battle strength of the two sides had reached the same limit. In the situation where there were additional rules that could be used, Zichen had no problem killing these sacred masters. The moment they saw Zichen, their fates were already announced. They could have left, but because of their greed, they lost their lives. One after another, the ancient sacred masters fell. During this time, Old Man Gu blocked one of Zichen's attacks, but it was only one. After the second short sword flew over, it killed the other party. When Chung Ho and the others heard the commotion and rushed over, they saw that the gods and demons had fallen in a pool of blood, and no one was alive. A look of astonishment appeared on everyone's faces. But what was more shocking was that after seeing the pool, it contained a strong vitality that could be felt even from a distance. "What is that?" Li Haoqing asked. "It should be one of the opportunities here. Everyone go and feel it first." Hearing that, everyone immediately went forward. Soon, they felt the magical effects of the pool, and all of them became excited. For the giant spider's mountainous body, the pool wasn't that big, but for normal people, it wasn't small at all. "Time is of the essence. Everyone, hurry up and refine it." Zichen also walked toward the pool and began to refine the power in the pool. Lei Zhenke finished his tea, then got up and left. The Honorable King had prepared a residence for him here. This time, Lei Zhenke did not get any valuable information from the conversation, especially the coordinates that he cared about the most. How did Zichen get the coordinates back then, and where the coordinates were, had always been the biggest secret. The reason why he came this time was because of the various legends in the strange world, and another reason was that Lei Zhenke wanted to find clues about the coordinates here. Lei Zhenke had heard about the inverted world, but he did not care too much about it. He did not even go in to take a look, because it was not very meaningful. Right now, his goal was to wait. Wait for the latest news to come out, or rather, wait for the information he cared about the most. As for the opportunities in the inverted world, he could let others fight for them first. After Lei Zhenke left, the Honorable King closed his eyes to rest. A moment later, a person walked in. "How did it go?" The Honorable King did not open his eyes. That person said, "After the inverted world appeared, it attracted the attention of many people. Those Tao protectors that were created by the monarchs all went over. The guardians all went there?" "Yes." "What are the other kings' attitudes?" "Right now everyone is watching." The person paused here, and his expression was hesitant. The Honorable King opened his eyes. "Don't worry. Just say what you want to say. For many years, the plans of those kings had never succeeded. In fact, you could even say that they had failed. But this time, because of Zichen's appearance, they seemed to see hope, and intentionally gathered the Tao protectors." The Honorable King laughed. "You mean to say that they want to watch the guardians fight, devour each other, and then become fiends?" The person nodded. "Yes. A fiend guardian is enough to intimidate all the kingdoms." The Honorable King nodded. "For many years, they've never succeeded. Now that they see hope, they can give it a try. If they really do succeed, then we—" The person glanced at the Honorable King, but didn't finish his sentence. The Honorable King laughed. "Don't worry about them. Let them fight. Let's see who wins in the end. Right, what about the other areas? Some people have discovered a few places of opportunity, but they all have powerful creatures. They don't look like the ones we have here. And, supposedly, there are opportunities to become fiends. Not like the ones we have here? The revered king's eyebrows furrowed slightly as he muttered. Could it be that he's from another world? He thought back to what Lei Jinka had said. Your Excellency, what should we do next? Seeing the Honorable King remain silent, the person asked. The Honorable King came to his senses. Ignore them for now, he said. Wait until more important opportunities appear. As for the Tao Protectors, let them be. During this time, don't interfere. Yes, Your Excellency. Asterisk 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 Zichin and the others were the first to acquire the first opportunity. It seemed that the opportunity wasn't small, but it was obviously impossible for them to break through to the fiend realm after refining it. The resources could only strengthen their bodies, and then increase their battle prowess. This increase in battle prowess might not be very eye-catching in this world, but once they returned to the saintly spirit realm, it would be a huge improvement. After all, there were differences in strength even among holy sovereigns. Zichin, who was also refining this energy, suddenly had a change in expression as he turned his head to look in a certain direction. Chapter 47:15. As soon as Zichin spoke, Chung Ho and the others were shocked. They all stopped refining and followed Zichen's gaze. They saw nothing. Zichen's eyes were still fixed in that direction. I know you're there, he said in a low voice. I've already guessed your identity. There's no point in continuing to hide. Everyone's expressions changed again. Chung Ho walked out, spider leg in hand. At that moment, a woman appeared. She wore a long white dress and stood barefoot under the tree. She was beautiful and slender. She looked at Zichin with a smile, but didn't say anything. Her smile was very kind. You guys continue refining. I'm going over. Zichin ordered, then walked forward. The others all looked at Han Nu. Although their gazes didn't change, their expressions were somewhat different. What are you looking at? Hurry up and refine it. Han Nu glared at them, then continued to refine the energy. Zichin walked forward until he was in front of the woman in the white dress. Tao Protector? She bowed to Zichin. Shanling Zichin. Zichin was startled. Why did you show up at this time? She didn't seem to be hostile, so Zichin naturally couldn't ask her directly whether or not she was here to steal. I want to work with you. Shanling looked at Zichin. How? Zichin was a bit puzzled. I'll work with you to kill the other Tao Protectors, Shanling said. Once they're dead, all of the origin of laws will be yours. Zichin laughed. You think I'll believe you? This was no different from a meat pie falling from the sky. Who would put in so much effort and then not want anything in return? How about we step aside and talk? Shanling glanced into the distance. At this moment, the two of them were not far from where Chung Ho and the others were. Everyone could hear the conversation between the two of them. Zichin nodded. Shanling walked forward with Zichin following behind. After walking for a while, Shanling took the initiative to say, According to my observations, if the Tao Protectors want to advance again, they will most likely have to fight and then devour each other. Zichin said, I think so too, so there's no possibility of us working together. Not necessarily, Shanling said. I know you. You come from another world. That is where you belong. In the end you will leave. Zichin said, What does this have to do with our hostility? After you leave, perhaps the origin of laws will no longer be of any use to you. Perhaps at that time you will take the initiative to give it to me. Even if you refine it yourself, after you leave, because of the completeness of the laws, perhaps I, as the only Tao Protector, will be able to obtain a reward from the world. Zichin looked at Shanling, seriously sizing her up for the first time. It had to be said that her concept was very novel. This possibility might really exist. However, there was still a problem. Zichen said. What if after killing them, I still haven't broken through? Then in the end, won't I still have to kill you? If that's the case, won't you just make a big enemy for yourself by helping me earlier? Xiangling stopped and turned to look at Zichen. This possibility is actually possible, but it's not big. Even if it's true in the end, death is death. Why? Zichen was puzzled. Because I will die sooner or later. If I join forces with you, at least I have a chance to survive. Even if I die, I may be the last one. If I cooperate with them, I may be the first to die. There was some truth in her words, and for Zichen, there was no harm. However, the two had just met for the first time. How could they trust each other? Xiangling seemed to know Zichen's concerns and directly said, I know where a Tao protector is. We can go find him first, and use him as our first cooperation. Zichen thought about it and felt that it was feasible. Instead of staying with Cheng Ho and the others to refine the few resources, it was better to find a Tao protector, kill them, and refine their origin of laws. Before leaving, Zichen went back and specifically reminded everyone to be careful. If there was any danger, they should escape first. Compared to life, opportunities were naturally nothing. After that, he and Xiangling left. Under Xiangling's lead, Zichen really found a Tao protector. When the other party saw the two appear, he was obviously surprised. Without saying too much, the short sword began to howl. Zichen didn't have time to refine it, so he could only fight like this. Then, Zichen rushed forward. Xiangling was on guard at the side. According to the previous agreement with Zichen, she needed to find the best opportunity to kill in one blow. Perhaps because he was worried about Xiangling, the Tao protector, who was always on guard, was very passive. He was at a disadvantage from the beginning. The short sword whistled past and penetrated the Tao protector's body. Before dying, the Tao protector left a very long knife mark on Zichen's body. The long knife fell in the distance. The Tao protector was dead. Zichen glanced at the wound, and then glanced at Xiangling, who was not far away and hadn't made a move. After Zichen looked over, Xiangling nodded and smiled. Her expression looked very indifferent, but in fact, the shock in her heart had long been indescribable. Because Zichen was too strong. It was so easy for him to kill a Tao protector of the same level. At the same time, she was also very glad that she had made the most correct choice. The origin of the natural law appeared. This time, there was no repulsion, only attraction. In the face of this strong attraction, Xiangling took the initiative to retreat. This was also a statement to Zichen. In fact, talking to Zichen about cooperation was originally a gamble. But in order to succeed this time, she went to some places that she shouldn't have gone to and deliberately inquired about some information. This made her determined to cooperate with Zichen. In fact, this kind of cooperation could be said to be completely helping Zichen. A person who could choose to protect his friends without hesitation between life and death was not bad. This was the key to her coming here. Otherwise, even if Zichen believed her, how could she believe Zichen? Zichen stepped forward and directly refined the origin of the natural law. During this time, he didn't hold back. He had already put away the short sword, but the long sword was still not far away. Zichen closed his eyes and sat down cross-legged. He was going to refine now. Xiangling didn't even look at the saber. Instead, she reminded him. The commotion here isn't small. I think we should leave first. If the other Tao protectors find out that we're working together, we'll be in trouble. Zichen opened his eyes and said that it made sense. Then, he immediately picked up the long sword and walked back the way he came. Once again, he came to the pool where Cheng Ho and the others were refining. They were still refining. Zichen began to refine the origin of the natural law. Xiangling was still standing in the distance, but this time, in addition to protecting Zichen, she also protected Cheng Ho and the others. At the place where the previous battle was, Tao protectors quickly came, but the battle was already over. The original surging power of the natural law had disappeared, so no one could see any important information. Moreover, everyone was fighting for themselves. After appearing, they quickly left and didn't stay here. One Tao protector after another appeared, and one Tao protector after another left. Zichen opened his eyes. The origin of the natural law had been completely refined by him, and his combat power had increased a lot. Congratulations! Xiangling leaned against a big tree. Zichen felt his own state and then asked, "Is there a way to find the next one?" "Yes, but it will take some time." Xiangling nodded and then asked, "How do you feel now?" "I'm a lot stronger. If I encounter another Tao protector, I should be able to finish the battle faster," Zichen said truthfully. "Can you sense when to break through?" "I can't." Xiangling was a little disappointed, but everything was within her expectations. Next, the two continued to look for Tao protectors. Xiangling had a special perception that allowed her to sense the location of the Tao protector. This time, it didn't take too much time for her to find the location of Tao protectors. There was more than one, but two of them were engaged in a life and death battle. As they approached, the battle between the two had come to an end. Both of them were covered in scars. Zichen took the initiative to appear. The two turned around vigilantly, and immediately fled to the sides. Whoosh! Whoosh! Two short swords, each as fast as lightning, came forward and reaped the two's lives. Then, Zichen took their weapons and left with two origin of the natural law. The two left very quickly because it was very likely that other Tao protectors would appear. In this way, the number of Tao protectors was slowly decreasing. Xiangling used her talent to find Tao protectors one after another. At the same time, those Tao protectors also began to kill each other. After Chung Ho and the others refined the resources in the pool, although none of them had broken through, their combat power had increased a lot. This made them even more certain that there was an opportunity to become an evil demon here. Therefore, one by one, they went to look for other opportunities and strive to advance here. At the same time, the evil demons of the other kingdoms also entered the inverted world and began to explore the secrets of this world. Zichen was still searching for the Tao protectors and killing them. Whenever he had some free time, he would refine the weapons he obtained. Zichen found that not only could the two short swords fuse and refine, but he could also refine and fuse the other weapons he killed. Moreover, when refining the other weapons, Zichen felt that his laws were perfected. Xiangling hadn't refined a single origin of the natural law. She didn't want the weapons after killing the Tao protectors. Zichen first fused the two short swords together, making them even more powerful. Then, he began to refine the long saber. After refining it into a pure law, he fused it into the short swords. Chapter 47:16. The short sword slowly rotated around him as Zichen sat cross-legged with a long sword in front of him. This sword was the weapon of a dead Tao protector, and was currently being refined by Zichen. As for the origin of laws, he had already finished refining it a long time ago. Xiangling stayed not far away, using her perception. It had to be said that it was getting harder and harder to find other Tao protectors recently. Besides the two of them, the other Tao protectors were also engaged in life and death battles, and many of them had already obtained the origin of laws. Xiangling glanced into the distance, and estimated that it would get more and more difficult from now on. Perhaps she, who had been watching the battle all this time, would also take action. She looked back at Zichen again. The road Zichen was going to take next was extremely difficult, and she didn't know how far he would go in the end. The long sword in front of Zichen began to change, slowly turning into pure laws. The short sword stopped in front of him, and Zichen injected these laws into it. The short sword began to absorb these laws. This process lasted for a long time, and it didn't require any extra effort. Zichen put away the short sword and stood up. For it to exist in the form of a short sword, it should be related to the fact that you once refined two similar weapons, and everything after that was led by it. Xiangling said as she watched the short sword disappear. Zichen nodded in agreement. I haven't made a breakthrough yet, and through my perception, the breakthrough may be far away. Shanling said with a smile. That doesn't matter, there are still many Tao protectors. This time, Zichen shook his head and said with a more solemn expression. Maybe not. Shanling fell silent. Previously, when Zichen was refining, she went out several times to try to sense the existence of the Tao protectors, but she didn't find anything. She already had a guess in her heart, but she didn't tell Zichen. Obviously, Zichen had already guessed it. Zichen's voice sounded again. However, this may not be a bad thing. Maybe we can wipe out all the Tao protectors this time. Of course, the process will be accompanied by great risks. What do you mean? Shanling stared at Zichen in disbelief. At this point, we can only lure the snake out of its hole. Zichen smiled. Do you want to come along? Shanling nodded. Of course. She could guess what Zichen was going to do. Of course, she would go with him. At this point, the two of them were already standing together. There was no room for retreat. Let's go then. Zichen looked into the distance. He still didn't have an accurate direction. Now? Don't you need to wait until your weapon is completely refined? There's no need for that. I don't have a specific goal for now anyway. I can refine it slowly as I walk. Then, the two of them set foot on the road ahead. Along the way, Zichen would use the power of rules to deal with some small beasts that they encountered. Shanling was right next to Zichen. She was using her perception to search for any anomalies. After walking for about 5 kilometers, Zichen suddenly changed direction. What's wrong? Did you find something? No, I just want to see that big spider. I don't know if it has found a similar place of opportunity recently. The direction Zichen was heading in was the direction that the big spider escaped. During this period, he didn't deliberately speed up. He just mobilized the power of rules from time to time. Just like that, they moved forward for hundreds of kilometers. After spending a lot of time, Zichen finally saw someone. Shanling's expression changed. She looked at Zichen. Zichen said, Don't worry about it. Let's keep moving forward. Shanling was very surprised. Zichen's perception was clearly the same as hers. One must know that this was her unique method and also her proudest method. In her perception, a protector came from behind. He was carefully following them. He didn't try to get close. He just followed them. After following them for about 10 kilometers, the other party left. The two of them pretended that nothing had happened, but they knew very well that the fish was about to take the bait. Same old rules. You watch from the side and help when necessary, Zichen said with a smile. Shanling said with a wry smile. At first, I was hoping to help a few times. At least I could show you my combat strength. But now, I hope that I don't have to do anything. Zichen said. Don't be nervous. Let's see how many people there are. Maybe it's not as bad as we think. Shanling's smile became more bitter. There are quite a lot of people coming. Zichen's expression also changed. There are quite a lot of people. In Zichen's perception, 4 people appeared, and they were coming from 4 different directions. Soon, the 4 of them appeared in Zichen's field of vision. The 4 of them were all young men. The one who appeared in front of Zichen was a burly man. He held a huge machete in his hand. There were laws flowing around the blade, and there were serrations on the back of the blade. The burly man grinned at Zichen. The two of you are good at hiding. It's really not easy to find you. Why are you looking for me? Zichen stared at the burly man warily. The burly man smiled sarcastically. There's no point in pretending in front of us. Let me introduce myself. I'm Guli from the kingdom of Gulai. At this moment, a voice came from behind Zichen. Big brother Guli, leave this beautiful lady to me. Speaking of which, we have 18 Tao protectors. I didn't expect that there would be such a lady among us. It was a scholarly man. He smiled and stepped forward. His eyes were fixed on Shanling's back, wandering around her wonderful curves. Guli snorted. If you're not afraid of death, go ahead and try. However, I have to remind you that she's a Tao protector. She's different from those coquettish foxes. The smile on the scholar's face did not diminish. Big brother Gully, you can rest assured. This little brother has a lot of experience. I'll cripple her first, and when she's powerless to struggle, I'll take what I want from her. After a pause, the scholar continued. But according to my contribution, I should be able to get a complete source of laws. How about I take her in completely? Gully said indifferently. Your contribution was used to exchange for the source of laws last time. If you want to get a complete one, it's far from enough. The scholar slapped his forehead and said, Look at my memory. I forgot. Forget it. I'll just enjoy it. Zichen remained silent and didn't speak. The other two didn't say much, but their attention was on Zichen. Zichen could clearly feel the vigilance of the two. As for the casual conversation, perhaps it was just to let Zichen relax his vigilance. Perhaps they already knew that he had killed many Dao protectors. Xiangling glanced at Zichen and didn't speak, but the questioning look in her eyes was very obvious. Zichen slowly shook his head and then asked, So, of the 18 Dao protectors, only the 4 of you are left? The scholar behind said, No, to be precise, there are 6. You didn't count yourself and the little girl. Zichen's expression remained unchanged, and he said, So, after the 2 of us die, one of the 4 of you will die. Gully said, This trick of yours is really unpresentable. Is that so? Then I'm a little curious. If the 4 of you come together and I hurt one of you, how will you deal with the injured one? Zichen's face showed a smile. Will the 3 of you work together to protect him? Or will the 3 of you work together to kill him, and then divide the source of laws that belongs to him? When saying this, Zichen perceived the changes in the expressions of those people. Although they looked normal at the moment, everyone's eyes flashed. This problem couldn't be avoided after all. In the end, only one of them would survive. The alliance in front of them would collapse sooner or later. What's more, only the few of them were alive now. Soon life and death would be determined here. Big brother Gully, this kid is more slippery than we thought. He actually wants to use this method to divide us. The scholar smiled sarcastically. But you are too naive. The moment we formed an alliance, it was to kill the other Dao protectors. As for advancing to a higher realm, we can find other opportunities. There is no need to kill each other at all. Zichen looked back at the scholar. Are you sure? Of course. As soon as his voice fell, his pupil suddenly shrank, because Zichen's figure had disappeared. His expression immediately changed, and he retreated. Xiangling, who also turned around, pointed a finger at the scholar, and a straight ray of light shot towards the scholar's glabella. The scholar immediately dodged, narrowly avoiding this attack. At this moment, a solid fist appeared in his field of vision and hit his face. In the situation where the laws were suppressed, the power of this fist was not small. The scholar's body rolled in midair, and after landing, he coughed out several mouthfuls of blood. Zichen returned to his original position, and the other 3 were on guard. They didn't expect this guy to dare to take the initiative to attack. Moreover, the speed was so fast. The scholar was not weak, but he vomited blood after being hit by a punch. The scholar's face was a little pale. He stood up and looked coldly at Zichen. Zichen pretended to be surprised and said, Ah, you're injured. That's a pity. I don't know if the 3 of them will protect you. I don't think this possibility is big because they didn't intend to make a move before. They even had the idea of watching you die. The scholar's expression began to change, and he glanced coldly at the 3 of them. Zichen continued, If I were you, I would withdraw now and retreat to a place where I can treat my injuries. Then, the 2 of us will fight the 3 of them to the death. If you can come in time, you might be able to see both of us suffer, and then take a big advantage. Zichen stretched out 5 fingers and said, You know, these are 5 sources of the laws. Maybe you can take this opportunity to break through and become a demon in one fell swoop. Humph! The scholar snorted coldly. Don't talk nonsense here. I won't believe you. Chapter 47:17. The scholar was really going to retreat, which surprised Shan Ling. After all, Zichen had only said a few words, and the other party was only slightly injured, which did not affect the battle at all. Yet, it had such an effect? The expressions of the other two also changed. They looked at Goulet and were a little anxious. If the scholar left, the three of them might not be able to deal with the two of them easily. Moreover, they had to consider what Zichen had said earlier. This alliance was originally formed because of benefits, and once there were no benefits, the structure of the alliance would naturally collapse. Lao Ka, don't listen to his nonsense. The things we agreed on before will not change no matter what. At this moment, another voice sounded. This voice came from another direction, and it belonged to the seventh guardian on the scene. We've already said before that after killing those guardians, we'll look for other opportunities. If you want to become a devil, plundering is not the only way. After the other party appeared, both the scholar and Goulet heaved a sigh of relief. Zichen and Shan Ling were not surprised by the other party's appearance at all. The other party looked at Zichen. You've already guessed it? Zichen said. A little. The other party smiled. In that case, there's no need to hide it. Anyway, it's the last battle. He waved his hand, and another person walked out from the dark. At this point, all the guardians were present. Zichen released his perception and did not find any other guardians. This time, he believed that there were only 8 of them left among the 18 guardians. Their auras surged out, forming a space around them that isolated the rules. Within this range, no one could use the rules. Zichen looked at the 6 of them and smiled. The existence that had just walked out asked, "What are you smiling about?" "I'm smiling that there are only 6 of you, and you actually dared to ambush me. You're really brave." In Zichen's eyes, they were clearly 6 enemies of the head realm. To put it bluntly, it was just 1 against 6. All this time, Zichen had been using the rules to battle, but in fact, his true strength lay in not using the rules. To Zichen, fighting 6 people of the same level as him was nothing. Thus, under his smile, there was a trace of pity in his eyes. It was really sad that these guys were his enemies. Stay on guard at the side. The main thing is to guard against them. Don't let them escape. Once they escape today, it will be difficult to find them again. This was Zichen's voice transmission, and only Shan Ling could hear it. Shan Ling was very surprised. She didn't know where Zichen's confidence came from. Let's begin. Facing the 6 powerful guardians, Zichen chose to take the initiative to attack. His target was still that scholar, who seemed to be called Lauka. His name didn't matter anymore. This time, the speed Zichen displayed was even faster than before. Just as Lao Ka was startled and retreated, the fist had already arrived. This fist hit Lao Ka's face again, causing his body to flip backward. Zichen immediately followed. During this time, several weapons swept past where he was standing. They were the attacks of the other guardians. Shan Ling tactfully retreated, not intending to intervene in this battle. The other guardians seemed to see that Zichen was the biggest problem, so they ignored Shan Ling and attacked Zichen one after another. Shan Ling remembered Zichen's words. While retreating, she stared at the 6 of them to see which one of them would try to escape. Zichen continued to follow. The second punch landed, causing Lao Ka to retreat again. Then, the third and fourth punch followed. The others finally rushed forward and joined forces to attack. Under the layers of attacks, Zichen could only give up on Lao Ka and fight with the others. All kinds of fierce attacks flashed, and Zichen wandered among the attacks. Lao Ka stood up and spat out blood again. His face was ashen. That guy was actually attacking him. If the first punch was only a light injury, then the next 4 punches were serious injuries. Moreover, each punch was much stronger than the previous one. Obviously, the other party had deliberately held back during the first punch. However, Lao Ka didn't intend to warn the other 5. While he was adjusting his breath, he looked at the woman in the white dress not far away. The other party smiled at him, and even nodded as a friendly greeting. "I'll deal with you later." Lao Ka gave a cold stare in return. Then, he summoned a sword light and attacked Zichen from afar. At this moment, he didn't dare to get close to Zichen. Jaren held the huge machete in his hand and appeared in front of Zichen in a flash. He slashed at Zichen. Zichen dodged sideways and a short sword appeared in his hand. He held the short sword and stabbed it at Jaren's heart. Puff! It was completely submerged. During this time, 3 bloody wounds appeared on Zichen's body. These wounds were left by the other 3 people. Because Zichen wanted to see blood on Jaren, he couldn't avoid the other attacks. Jaren covered his wounds and retreated step by step. He looked at Zichen in disbelief. He didn't expect Zichen to use this move. It was obvious that he was exchanging injuries for injuries. The 3 bloody wounds on Zichen's body were no lighter than his. Shanling watched nervously from afar. She didn't expect Zichen to be injured at this time. This was not what she expected. Chi! Powerful attacks appeared again. She realized that some of the attacks that Zichen should have been able to dodge, but he didn't. Even if he was injured, he wanted to leave something on his opponent's body. Moreover, from the start of the battle until now, he had only attacked with the short sword and hadn't used the special techniques of the short sword. According to her understanding of the short sword, it wasn't difficult to kill a Dao protector in a surprise attack. As for why, she still couldn't figure it out. However, as the battle continued, the 6 people had wounds on their bodies. Zichen had the most serious injuries because he was fighting 1 against 6. Do it! At this moment, she heard Zichen's voice transmission and attacked without hesitation. However, just as Shanling made her move, the others were also on guard. Obviously, they were wary of Shanling's. Zichen took advantage of the moment, when they were distracted, and came in front of Jaren. The short sword in his hand once again stabbed into his opponent's body. Another wound for another wound. Jaren retreated with serious injuries. He was shocked and didn't dare to move forward. 2 of the Dao protectors went to attack Shanling, while the other 3 were still fighting with Zichen. The pressure on Zichen was greatly reduced, and he added more wounds to the 3 of them. As a result, the 4 of them chose to retreat and used the weapons in their hands to attack from a distance. Looking at Zichen, who was fighting in front of them, there was a hint of fear in their eyes. Shanling had never killed a Dao protector or refined the origin of the natural order, so she was no match for the 2 of them, even though they were already injured. Her white dress began to be stained with blood, and her aura became unstable. Under Zichen's voice transmission, she immediately retreated. She came to Zichen's side, and the 6 people surrounded them again. At this time, everyone was not in a good state, but looking at the current situation, of course, the side with more people had the upper hand. If it weren't for the fact that everyone was restraining each other, these injuries were actually nothing to the Dao protectors. But now, these were fatal injuries. Zichen glanced into the distance. A Dao protector asked, "What are you looking at?" Zichen said truthfully, "I suspect that there are Dao protectors hiding in the dark, waiting for us to fight and injure each other." The expressions of the others changed, and the Dao protector who spoke sneered. "What's the point of playing these tricks at this time? Even if you can make this world collapse, you still have to die today. Is that so? Then let's see who lives and who dies." Zichen rushed forward once again, and Shanling helped him from the side. After the powerful shockwaves, the battle once again paused for a short while. This time, the 8 people's injuries were even more serious. There was still no movement in the distance, and in Zichen's perception, there was no abnormal situation. If there are really Dao protectors watching now, they can easily reap our lives. However, Zichen, who was still a little worried, glanced at Shanling next to him. Shanling closed her eyes. She, who was riddled with wounds, once again used her innate talent. The 6 people did not immediately take action, obviously waiting for the result. After 5 breaths, Shanling opened her eyes and shook her head at Zichen. "I didn't find anything." Zichen was relieved and sighed. "It seems that we are the only Dao protectors left." Golay held the machete and sneered. "What, do you have any last words?" "Of course not, I just feel that it's not worth it for you." Tell me, isn't it good to stay in your own kingdom and be an existence that no one can kill? Why do you have to come out to die? A short sword appeared in Zichen's hand. The scholar at the side said coldly, You're all about to die, yet you dare to boast shamelessly here. Fine, then I'll let you see the true power of my short sword. Zichen let go of his hand, and the short sword floated in the air. Everyone's eyes lit up, as if lightning had flashed. They made different movements, but their movements were all frozen in the next moment. In the blink of an eye, the lightning disappeared, and the short sword returned to Zichen's side. Zichen grabbed the short sword and said, This is the fusion of several weapons. Do you really think it's so weak? In Zichen's vision, the 6 people stood there motionless, and there was an obvious wound on their heads. The wound penetrated the same place, on both sides of the temple. The 6 people widened their eyes and looked at Zichen in disbelief. The situation, which they originally had the upper hand, was reversed in an instant. And it was so thorough. The weapons in the hands of the 6 people fell to the ground, and their bodies were also on the verge of collapse, and finally fell to the ground. After they died, their bodies began to collapse, and the origin of the laws appeared. There were a total of 6. Xiangling stood beside Zichen. This was the first time she saw 6 origin of the laws appear at the same time, and the attraction was almost irresistible. Zichen walked forward and took the origin of the laws. Chapter 47:18. Zichen walked towards the origin of the natural order. When he got close, he waved his hand and collected the origin of the natural order. He also picked up the weapons on the ground. Xiangling looked at Zichen's back. She watched him slowly pick up the origin of the natural order that was very attractive to her despite his serious injuries. She was silent. Her heart was a little complicated, but there was no struggle in her mind. This struggle had ended a long time ago. So when she saw Zichen take away the origin of the natural order and pick up the weapons, she was relieved. At least there was no accident, right? Interesting, really interesting. At this moment, there was a faint laugh. A person appeared in front of them. Zichen looked up at the other party. Just a moment ago, he didn't feel anything. He didn't expect that there would be another person here in the next moment. He looked back at Xiangling. Her expression was the same. It could be seen that this person's concealment method was extremely brilliant. Zichen tried to summon the natural order to restore his vitality, but he didn't succeed. Guardian? Zichen looked at the other party and was shocked. I'm very curious. What's the relationship between the two of you? How did you manage to not kill each other? The man who appeared said uninterestedly. I thought there would be a good show, but I didn't expect to see anything. Instead, you seized the opportunity to take away the origin of the natural order. If I knew this would happen, I would have attacked you directly. Although he didn't directly admit it, he indirectly admitted his identity. Zichen looked at the other party and said, I don't believe that they would get the number of guardians wrong. You're not one of the 18 guardians. The other party smiled. What if they got it wrong? One person might get it wrong, but 6 people together won't be wrong, Zichen said with certainty. So, you're not from the 18 kingdoms. Where are you from? Xiangling's expression changed. The other party looked at Zichen seriously. It seems that your mind is really extraordinary. You can even guess this. Zichen's expression changed slightly. He had said those words on purpose, and his tone of certainty was also intentional. He had never thought that the other party would actually be from outside the 18 kingdoms. Then, the man looked at Xiangling. You look too innocent. If you stay with him, you won't even know if he sells you off. He pointed at Zichen. Do you know how many times this guy has plotted against you in the previous battle? Xiangling shook her head, indicating that she did not know. A total of 3 times. The first time was when you retreated. He seemed to be nice to you, but in fact, he wanted you to attract some of the firepower. The second time was when he asked you to attack. He deliberately tricked you. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been hiding his strength all this time. The third time was the last time he collected the spoils of war. In other words, when he left his back to you, he deliberately schemed against you. The other party sighed. What a pity! You didn't know what to do and made me miss another good show. Shang Ling remained silent, not saying a word. The man continued, What's wrong? Are you disappointed? Who would have thought that the person you trusted would scheme against you like this? Zichen had closed his eyes in the previous moment. At this moment, he was trying his best to recover from his injuries. However, his speed was not fast because he could not use the power of laws. As for the other party's words, he did not care. In fact, he could not wait for the other party to continue. Look, he's deliberately acting like that. He's trying to make you think that I'm spouting nonsense. Shang Ling glanced at Zichen. Then, she nodded seriously at the man, implying that he was right. Then, the man looked at Shang Ling with a smile. However, he found that the other party did not do anything. Shang Ling just stood there and looked at him. Why are you looking at me? He's plotting against you. Don't you know? The man's expression changed. I know. Shang Ling nodded again. Then why don't you attack? The man asked, puzzled. Shang Ling thought for a moment and said, I'm thinking about how to attack. The other party was so angry that he laughed. What was there to think about? However, he quickly reacted. A trace of anger appeared on his face. You're toying with me. Obviously, the other party did not believe what he said. However, he did not interrupt because he wanted to buy some time for Zichen to recover. You're courting death. Hearing this conclusion, the other party shouted angrily and immediately rushed forward. A strong wind came head-on, bringing with it an oppressive aura. Feeling this aura, Zichen opened his eyes. He took a step forward and struck out with his palm. There was a loud boom. Zichen's body flew backward and landed dozens of feet away. After landing, Zichen coughed up blood. Zichen took the initiative to block the attack. Shang Ling quickly retreated and came in front of Zichen to check on Zichen's injuries. Today, I'm just teaching you a lesson. At the same time, I'm telling you that there's always someone better than you. Don't be so arrogant. To be honest, I just don't like the rules of you guardians. It's not that I can't obtain them. If I want them, I only need to beckon, and you'll obediently give them to me. After saying this, the other party turned around and left. Zichen stared at the other party's back. A trace of coldness flashed in his eyes. The other party's attack was not as simple as just teaching him a lesson. Now, his internal organs were still surging. The power formed was beyond imagination. How are you? Shang Ling looked at Zichen with concern. Zichen shook his head and closed his eyes again. The rules of heaven and earth began to converge in this direction. Then countless vitality came with it. This meant that the other party had left. Of course, it was also possible that the other party had stopped suppressing the rules. As the vitality entered his body, Zichen's injuries began to recover. It seems that I've missed an exciting battle. Another voice sounded from behind Zichen. It was a Gashan person. A Gashan person who dared to appear after such a huge commotion was obviously not an ordinary leader. Zichen stood up and turned his head to look at the other party. The surging vitality was still gathering in Zichen's body. The Gashan person looked at him and frowned. Zichen did not pay attention to the other party and just focused on recovering. Suddenly, the Gashan person moved. Without saying a word, he came in front of Zichen and punched at Zichen. Although his injuries had not recovered, Zichen did not panic at all. The rules in front of him circulated. He clenched his fists and crossed them in front of his body. A rule protection appeared. When the fist landed, Zichen retreated. The rule protection was on the verge of collapse. As long as the enemy was not a guardian, Zichen was not afraid of anyone, even if it was a demon. The Gashan person's figure flashed and approached again. Another punch landed. Zichen's rule protection was directly shattered. His body slid back again. His expression did not change. There was even a cold smile at the corner of his mouth. If you don't run next, I'll admire you very much. During this time, the life force of the rules was still surging. Therefore, Zichen's injuries were recovering with every breath. The broken rules would also appear soon. The demon's attack did not consume Zichen at all. The Gashan person turned his head and glanced at Xiangling. She had already retreated far away and had already mobilized the power of the rules. The Gashan person glanced at Zichen again. Then, he turned around and left. Zichen watched the other party leave. His eyes became very cold. However, the appearance of the other party also indirectly proved that he now had the strength to fight against the demon. Chapter 47:19. This Gashan demon who attacked Zichen quickly left. Not long after, he came in front of a person and saluted with both hands clasped. "Lord, the battle between the guardians has ended." That person turned around and looked at Gashan demon. It was Geduin King from the Geduin Kingdom. "Oh, how is it?" Geduin King asked curiously. "Just as my lord expected, Zichen was the one who obtained victory. He obtained all the source of the origin of laws." Geduin Wang smiled and said, "I knew it would be like this. That outsider is really not ordinary." Gashan demon's expression was hesitant, as if he had something to say. Geduin King was in a good mood. "If you have something to say, just say it. When I went over earlier, I sensed that one of the protectors had left. Besides Zichen, there was another protector who was following him. It seems that Zichen and that guardian are allies, but she is much weaker than Zichen." Gashan demon said what he saw earlier. "It's rare to see a guardian leave him. Maybe she came from that place, we don't need to care about it for the time being." Geduin King pondered slightly. "Just that. That guardian besides Zichen seems to be a bit problematic. However, according to Zichen's wisdom, he shouldn't be tricked. Let's wait and watch him closely. Everything will wait until he becomes a demon." "Yes." Gashan demon left. Zichen sat cross-legged on the ground and began to refine the origin of the law he got. Xiangling was still guarding beside him. This time, her eyes were filled with expectation. If Zichen can successfully advance this time, she would be the only guardian left in this world. In the future. Suddenly, her somewhat excited mood changed because she thought of a person. That Tao protector who left was extremely powerful. He didn't even care about the origin of these laws. From that tone, Xiangling vaguely guessed the identity of the other party, and her mood became depressed. This was something she didn't expect. Or it could be said that all the guardians didn't expect this. Perhaps, there was still a change in everything. As time passed, Xiangling stood there alone, thinking about the various possibilities of the future. However, the worst-case scenario was that he would be killed by Zichen and refined. However, she, who had been with Zichen for a long time, did not believe that this would happen. Zichen was still refining the origin of laws. Because there were a lot of them this time, it would take a long time. The Tao protector who had left did not return. Also, that demon never appeared. Xiangling was so bored that she was a little dazed. If it wasn't a special existence, it was almost impossible to suddenly appear beside them and launch a sneak attack. Lady looked around and then returned to the pagoda. He was still looking at the pagoda. He had been sizing it up for a long time, but he had not entered. It was not that he did not want to, but after many attempts, he had returned without success. The rules that had always been successful seemed to have lost all effect in front of this tower. Above the pagoda of confinement, the black air continued to flow downwards and then spread in all directions. He planned to continue waiting. Perhaps the door would open one day. The honored king looked at Leizhenka in front of him and said with a pleasant expression, "From the clues we have found so far, there is no real demon opportunity. There are only some inconspicuous resources, but it is not enough for the leader to become a demon," Leizhenka said. "The inverted world has never appeared before. Perhaps the honored king should pay attention to it. My strength is limited, so it is useless for me to go there. However, the honored king can go there and take a look. Perhaps you will find something." The honored king nodded and said, There are already other kings there. Once there is a major discovery, they will inform you. When the time comes, I hope Mr. will go there with me. Of course. Lei Tianshi left the honored king's residence and went in the opposite direction. He did not meet Lei Di during this time. As for the little scheme of the honored king and Lei Jinka, he did not care, even if there was a part of it that was scheming against Zichen. Lei Tianshi knew Zichen very well. After all, he had accompanied Zichen for a long time and had seen Zichen's past. He knew Zichen's nature and mind very well. Shui Wu was a little worried, but he could not show himself, so he could only leave with Lei Tianshi. Zichen opened his eyes after refining the origin of natural law. Shan Ling looked at him expectantly, but Zichen shook his head and felt apologetic. Shan Ling shook her head and said, "It's okay." Zichen said, "The origin of law can only improve one's control and perception of the laws, but it cannot directly increase one's realm. Perhaps we have taken the wrong path." "Then what other way?" Shan Ling asked. "You saw the liquid in the pool, right? I think that thing should be able to help us break through, but the prerequisite is that there is enough of it." While speaking, Zichen took out the other 6 weapons and began to refine them. He needed to make the daggers more powerful. As for Shan Ling, of course, he would not kill her and refine her. That was not Zichen's style of doing things. Even if he knew that after killing her, he would be able to advance to the Devil Realm, Zichen would not do it. Even if the price was that he would never be able to break through to the Devil Realm. Shan Ling sat next to him and continued to be in a daze. At this moment, she was in a very good mood. Because Zichen did not have the intention to kill her. If he did, he could have done it earlier. After refining so many origin of law, she was no longer Zichen's opponent, and could be easily killed. But Zichen did not, which made her very happy. At the same time, she also knew that she had made the right bet. Next, it was up to Zichen how to proceed. 6 weapons, one by one, were refined by Zichen. During this time, Shan Ling would occasionally look around vigilantly. Every time a powerful existence approached this place, she would be able to sense it. But when the approaching existences noticed the 2 of them, they would change their direction. Those people were all devils. It seemed that many devils had entered this place. Perhaps many leaders had advanced to the Devil Realm. However, Shan Ling was more willing to believe that it was the former. Because even in this strange world, it was not easy for the Geshiren, who were more in tune with the Tao of heaven and earth, to become a Devil Realm. After he finished refining all the weapons, Zichen stood up and stretched his back. The dagger that had become even sharper turned into a ray of light and disappeared in front of Zichen. In Shan Ling's perception, the dagger, which had been refined many times, had become even sharper and more terrifying. "Are we leaving?" Shan Ling asked. "We are leaving, but before that, there is a question that I need you to answer." "What is it?" "You seem to know where the guardian who left last time came from." Chapter 47:20. The High King's territory was a brand new area. It was a power outside of the 18 kings, or rather, the power that ruled the 18 kings. Before coming to this inverted world, Shan Ling had been staying in her own kingdom and had never gone out. The kingdom she was in was called Gamin Kingdom. After coming to this inverted world, she found out for the first time that there were more than a dozen guardians. Every kingdom had one, but she didn't expect that there would be one in the High King's kingdom. After listening to Shan Ling's explanation, Zichen asked, "So, the kings in their respective kingdoms are actually the subordinates of the High King?" Shan Ling said, "You can say that as long as the High King gives an order, all the kingdoms have to follow the High King's orders." Zichen nodded, seeming to understand the relationship between the two. The so-called Letian kingdom should be the place where the High King lived. That was the embryonic form of the kingdom, and the 18 kings were just expanded areas later. Then, another doubt arose in Zichen's mind. Every kingdom had a guardian, so where did these guardians come from? Were they born naturally, or were they deliberately created by the kings? If it was the former, everything would be fine. But if it was the latter, no matter how much one grew, there would not be a match for the kings. Thinking of this possibility, Zichen had to think about another thing. After releasing his strong perception, Zichen's expression changed. His original imagination had become a real guess. But he didn't say anything and continued to walk in a certain direction. Perhaps he would meet Chung Ho and the others along the way. During this time, he had refined the 6 origin laws for a long time, so he didn't know how they were doing. And the monk and the others, he didn't know how they were doing in the Gaduan kingdom. Suddenly, the road ahead was blocked. It was a Gashan demon, standing in the path that the two of them had to pass. His gaze swept across the two of them, and paused for a moment on Xiangling. A strange light flashed in his eyes. "Get lost, this path won't work." As he spoke, he released his demonic aura, forming a kind of pressure. The demon suddenly pointed at Zichen. "You get lost, but leave this woman!" At this time, Zichen's perception had already extended, spreading into the distance and probing the situation there. His expression did not change, and his speed did not decrease. Seeing that Zichen did not stop, Xiangling followed him. "Courting death!" The evil demon roared and charged forward. Zichen struck out with his palm. Countless rules descended from the sky and converged into the palm print. With a loud boom, the demon flew backwards. The abyss devil who landed 100 feet away couldn't help but cry out in alarm. "A Tao protector?" Zichen glanced at him and replied, "Get lost." The demon got up and wiped away the blood at the corner of his mouth, then quickly ran into the depths. Xiangling was very surprised. She did not expect Zichen to have grown to such a level. He was able to injure the demon with a single palm strike. "What's the situation up ahead?" Xiangling asked. The space up ahead was constantly surging, and her perception was affected. Zichen said, "4 demons are working together to deal with that big guy. But from the looks of it, they are unable to do anything to it." Suddenly Zichen's expression changed. Not far away, Zichen saw Chung Ho's group. At this moment, they were working together to defend against the attack of one of the demons. Adding the one who had escaped earlier, the number of demons was 6. "I'll go first." Zichen could not wait and immediately increased his speed. Xiangling followed closely behind, but after a few breaths, she lost track of Zichen. Fortunately, Zichen's aura was still there, allowing her to follow her perception and move forward. "Gom, it's not good. A Tao protector has come." The slightly injured demon quickly came to the battlefield, ignoring the little spiders around him and shouting at another demon. "Come on, let's go." "A Tao protector?" Gom turned his head, somewhat puzzled. "Aren't Tao protectors the leader? Why are you so flustered?" "Yes, but that guy is extremely strange. He injured me with just one move. His battle strength is extraordinarily strong." Thinking back to the previous confrontation, the demon's eyes were still filled with shock. At this moment, a strong wind blew. Zichen was quickly approaching, but he did not attack the demons. Instead, he went in another direction. "Not good, it's Gar's direction." The injured demon cried out in alarm. Gom looked at the unshakable giant spider, then looked in the direction Zichen had left. He gritted his teeth. "Let's go and take a look first." As they approached, they could hear the sounds of battle. When they arrived, the demon called Gar was already lying in a pool of blood. His injuries were not light. The 5 demons immediately approached and then lined up. 4 of them coldly looked at Zichen. Gom went to check Gar's injuries. They were very heavy, but not life-threatening. This was the first time Zichen had truly fought a demon. He had a new understanding of this realm. The other party was really strong in all aspects. Otherwise, with Zichen's strength, he would have killed him long ago. "Heal your injuries first." Gom stood up, looked at Zichen, and said coldly, "A Tao protector?" Zichen nodded, but his eyes were sizing up Gom. He was looking for the other party's weakness. Chung Ho and the others stood behind Zichen with lingering fear. If not for that Gom demon wanting to keep the 2 ladies alive, they would not have been able to hold on until now even with the spider-leg weapons. A mere leader. I'd like to see what methods you have. Gam waved his hand, and a demon immediately rushed forward. A powerful aura immediately surged around him. Zichen punched out, and the rules were mobilized by him, converging with his own strength. Boom! The demon was sent flying. Seeing this, Gam's expression changed. Sure enough, he had some methods. He asked, "How was it?" The demon landed on the ground. After stabilizing himself, he said, "Your attack wasn't weak, but if you want to kill me, you'll need to punch me 10,000 times. Gam laughed. Looks like it's just a trick of the rules. Well, let's kill him first, then we'll deal with that big spider. As he spoke, Gam and the other demons moved forward, clearly intending to kill Zichen by force. Even if you're a Dao protector, even if you have the protection of the rules, if we join forces, we can still break your rules, Gam said coldly. For so many years, we weren't afraid of Dao protectors, but rather looked down on their realm. The difference between a leader and a demon is not something you can imagine. Chung Ho and the others had already retreated, trying not to cause trouble for Zichen. Die! A Gam demon approached and slammed his palm towards Zichen's head. His aura was vast and mighty, and the surrounding space seemed to distort. At that moment, a light flashed in front of Zichen. Chapter 47:21. That flickering light was the short sword that Zichen had refined many times. He did not use it in the previous battle, but only used his own strength to test the combat power of the demons. Now that the demons had chosen to join forces, Zichen certainly would not hold back. The powerful attack of the demons collapsed in front of him, and when the others approached, the demon's body fell to the side. Gam sensed that his companion's vitality had disappeared, and his expression changed greatly. He subconsciously stopped. The other three were the same, and their faces were filled with disbelief. A demon died just like that. Zichen looked at them and smiled. The light in front of him flashed again, and the short sword drew an arc and flew into the distance, piercing through the body of the heavily injured demon behind them. He was already injured, so naturally, he could not block this attack. He did not even know what had happened before he died under the short sword. When the other four saw this, they did not dare to say anything more and turned to run. The strength of this guardian was beyond imagination. Looking at the different escape routes of the four, Zichen shook his head and sighed. Everyone, I'm afraid you won't be able to escape this time. Xiao! The light of the short sword chased forward. It was like a real lightning bolt, piercing through the bodies of the demons one after another. All the demons that met the short sword died. Sensing that his companions had fallen one after another behind him, Gam's heart was filled with fear. He had never thought that a guardian of the head realm would have such a powerful and terrifying killing power. He, who had never felt the danger of death, felt that his life was beginning to fade away. Suddenly, he saw a woman walking in front of him. The woman was wearing a white dress and was extremely beautiful. If he was free, he would definitely force her to stay and have a good time with her. But now that his life was in danger, how could he have the mood to do that? Get lost! Seeing that the woman in the white dress did not dodge, he roared angrily, and then mobilized the power of the demons all over his body. He was about to force his way through. The woman in front of him still did not dodge, but chose to block him. One after another, the power of the rules descended from the sky, forming a protective barrier in front of her. Seeing this scene, Gam could not get angry even if he wanted to, because another guardian had come. Boom! He collided with Xiangling. Xiangling's nomological defense was broken, and her body was sent flying. Gam was also obstructed because of this, and his body suddenly came to a halt. Before he could curse his opponent, the light of the short sword quickly came from behind and swept past his body. In an instant, he felt as if a devouring hole had appeared around his body and was rapidly draining his life force. His body staggered forward a few steps, and then he fell head first onto the ground. His life force was gone. Xiangling stood up from a distance, just in time to see the short sword turn into a ray of light and fly into the distance. A demon died just like that? She glanced at Gam's corpse before heading towards Zichin. The change in the battle caught Chung Ho and the others off guard. They originally thought that it would be an extremely difficult battle, but they didn't expect it to end in such a short time. It seemed that Zichin had improved a lot in such a short time. They just didn't know what level he would reach after leaving this place. "Why are you guys here?" Zichin walked forward, sizing up the demon corpses on the ground. Chung Ho knew that this question was directed at them. He explained, "We discovered that when we followed that big spider, we would often encounter some residual energy liquid. So we carefully followed it, and we also gained some benefits along the way. But we didn't expect that those demons would also notice that big guy, so we were discovered." Zichin crouched down and said, "So you're saying that the big spider knows where the opportunity is?" Chung Ho said, "We're not sure yet, because we tried to search in front of the spider, but we didn't find anything. But after following the spider, we found some energy liquid." Zichin turned around. "You're saying that the energy liquid was created by the spider itself?" "That's our guess, but we can't confirm it yet." Chung Ho walked forward. "They're all dead. What are you looking at?" Zichin was sizing up the demon corpses, looking very carefully. Who knew what he was looking at? They're demons, second only to the king in this world. If I didn't have a special weapon, killing them today would have been wishful thinking. Zichin said, "Maybe we'll be able to get something good from them." As he spoke, Zichin opened his mouth and blew out. Countless laws appeared once more, landing on the dead demon's body. Then, the demon's body began to glow. After the light of the laws disappeared, everyone saw that the demon had disappeared, leaving behind only a white, jade-like skeleton. Everyone was stunned, not understanding what this meant. So there really is a problem. Zichin stood up. The laws can't destroy this skeleton. Sure enough, after reaching the demon realm, the body will change. Why don't you try and see if you can break it? Chung Ho raised his spider leg weapon and slashed forward. Sparks flew, but not a single rib was broken. It's that sturdy? Chung Ho was shocked. During the battle earlier, Zichin had already sensed that something was amiss. No matter how he injured the demon, he couldn't break its bones. In terms of control over power, the demon's body was terrifyingly strong. If it weren't for the fact that the dagger was sharp enough, Zichin wouldn't have been able to kill it. Perhaps others wouldn't have been able to sense anything after the demon died, but Zichin could use the laws of heaven and earth to sense that something was different about the demon's body. It was like an intense light was being blocked by something. Although he couldn't see it clearly, he could sense its existence. Thus, Zichin tried to use the laws to separate the demon's body. As a result, the demon's body returned to heaven and earth, but the bones remained, and they were very sturdy. Without the cover of the body, infinite light bloomed, and it was extremely eye-catching to the protectors. Shan Ling walked over. When she saw this scene, she was also very surprised. "What did you sense?" Zichin looked up at Shan Ling. Shan Ling pointed at the bones and said, "This thing is useful to us. I don't mean to us, but to our weapons." Yes, this was a material for refining weapons. Even the Tao Protector's weapon of law was attracted by the sight of these demon bones. "Put it away. Once we bring it back, we should be able to refine an exalted weapon." Zichin stood up and said. Chapter 47:22. Zichin stepped forward and used the power of laws to disintegrate the demons. All the bones were left behind, as though they had been refined countless times. The bones exuded a jade-like luster. Chung Ho and the others looked at the sparkling jade-like bones and seemed to understand the reason why they couldn't advance to the demon realm. Shan Ling turned back and brought Gam's bones back. As a guardian, she also had the same means as Zichin. The bones contained a considerable amount of power, but they needed to be tempered bit by bit with the power of laws before they could be integrated into weapons and increase the power of weapons. Currently, only guardians could do this. Chung Ho and the others could only use the bones as ready-made weapons at best. Chung Ho, who was holding a skeleton, looked at Zichen and said, "Why don't we withdraw now?" Perhaps they couldn't advance to the sacred venerate level after coming to this world, but as long as they brought all the bones back, they could still refine some weapons in the future. Although they couldn't do anything to the bones in this world, as long as they returned to the Saint Spirit realm, they would be powerful sacred venerates. Once Zichen returned, he would be beaten back to his original form and become a 9-star sacred spirit. No hurry. Since we're here, let's go take a look at that big spider. Maybe we'll find something unexpected. Zichen, who was speaking, glanced in a certain direction. Did you find something? Shanling asked. Zichen shook his head and didn't say much. At this moment, the big spider had retreated, but it was still in Zichen's perception, so it was easy to find it. Under Zichen's lead, the group went in the direction of the big spider. As they moved forward, they gradually found small spiders, which meant that they were in the right direction. There was no need for Zichen to do anything. Shanling alone could block these small spiders outside. As they moved forward, Chung Ho told them about some of the clues they had found. Zichen listened quietly. Compared to the past where they had to follow carefully, this time it was much easier with Zichen and Shanling as their protectors. During this time, Zichen constantly sensed the mountain-like creature, but he didn't find anything special. Of course, the fact that the spider leg that he had cut off had grown back again didn't count. After following them for a while, Zichen suddenly sped up and left everyone behind. He quickly approached, his body borrowing force in midair. The mountainous spider turned around, and nearly 100 sword cheese appeared on its back, whistling towards Zichen. Last time, Zichen had to dodge these attacks, but this time, he didn't need to do so. The rules combined with his own power to form a protective barrier in front of him, blocking all the sword chi outside. Zichen landed on the spider's back as if he was standing on a mountain peak. Spider webs appeared and enveloped Zichen. However, as soon as they came into contact with Zichen's body, they were cut off by the rules. Then, venom splashed on his body, but it was still blocked by the rules. The spider used many methods, but it was no longer able to do anything to Zichen. Zichen punched, and the rules on the fist light circulated again, landing on the spider's body. A few cracks immediately appeared on its hard, armor-like body. The spider was in pain, and its body began to shake, trying to shake off Zichen. Zichen punched again, and a hole appeared on the spider's body, with dark green blood gushing out. The spider's body seemed to be about to fall, but Zichen used his feet as a stepping stone and landed in the air. He looked at the spider. The spider seemed to have sensed the threat of death, and it turned to run. Zichen stretched out his hand, and a light lit up in his palm, and a short sword appeared. Countless small spiders swarmed over, trying to fight for a chance of survival for the spider. Swoosh! Cold light shot out, and the short sword turned into a beam of light and sank into the spider's body. The spider let out a shrill scream, and its mountain-like body collapsed. The short sword flew back and disappeared beside Zichen. The bodies of the other small spiders immediately collapsed like a bubble that had exploded. Footsteps sounded from behind, and Chung Ho and the others quickly came over and saw this scene. The spider was dead, but no opportunity appeared. However, this mountain-like spider corpse was also an extremely rare material. The spider legs were ready-made weapons, and its huge body could be refined a second time. Shanling also came forward and sized up the spider. This was the first time she had seen such a huge spider. Zichen turned his head and shrugged. It seems that there's no benefit to killing it. It's better to follow it slowly. Maybe we can discover its secret. Chung Ho and the others came closer. Since the spider was dead, there was no need to dwell on it. However, these spider legs could be used. After all, they were ready-made weapons. At this moment, Shanling looked back at Zichen. Can't you sense it? Sense what? Zichen asked in confusion. Shanling pointed at the huge spider. Can't you sense the abnormality inside? There's an abnormality inside? Zichen was very puzzled. He released his perception, but he still couldn't sense anything. Shanling nodded with certainty. It's inside its body. I'll go take a look. At this moment, the white-furred mouse came over and took the initiative. Let me go. Its venom is extraordinary. It's better to be careful. Zichen walked forward and came in front of the huge spider. He found that its mouth was open, and it could easily accommodate a person. However, the perception he released was blocked by a mysterious energy, so Zichen couldn't detect what was inside. After entering the spider's mouth, Zichen smelled a pungent smell. This was the spider's venom. He walked forward until he came to the spider's body and saw an open door. There's really something inside. The door was open, and there was light. He didn't know what was inside. Zichen carefully stepped forward. There was no danger during this period, but after approaching, Zichen perceived a familiar energy aura from the light of the door. Perhaps, he discovered the secret of the big spider's ability to find the energy liquid. After a little hesitation, Zichen walked in and saw a huge golden lake. The whole lake was filled with countless energy liquid. The strong aura made Zichen feel attracted. This was the spider's biggest secret and also the biggest opportunity. Seeing the opportunity here, Zichen was confident that he could advance to the demon realm. However, before refining this energy, he still had to do something. After walking out of the spider's mouth, everyone came forward and asked Zichen what he found. In front of Zichen, there was a light flickering. It was a short sword. Chapter 47-23. The appearance of the dagger made everyone stunned and puzzled. Who was he trying to kill? Whoosh! In the next moment, the dagger disappeared without a trace. Then, Zichen's figure disappeared. Everyone looked at Shanling. As a guardian, she should know what Zichen was trying to do. Shanling shook her head. She didn't know what Zichen was trying to do. Behind a big tree, a Gashan evil demon was clutching his chest. Blood kept flowing out from his chest. He clutched his chest and leaned against the tree. He looked at Zichen in disbelief. You already knew? Last time, you left so decisively. I thought you were smart. I didn't expect you to be a fool in the end. Zichen smiled coldly. The dagger disappeared beside him. Gudun asked you to come, right? Unfortunately, you can't send the news back. After Zichen refined the origin of the 6 laws, his perception was strengthened again. Naturally, he found the Gashan evil demon following them. He didn't kill him along the way but let him follow them. But now, they found a great opportunity. Naturally, he couldn't let him continue to follow them. If he guessed correctly, he should be Gudun King's subordinate, the last of the 3 evil demons. After returning with the skeleton, everyone was extremely shocked. Did he just come back from killing a demon? Zichen explained. The one we met last time has been following us. Shanling's expression changed. She said with some worry. Doesn't that mean that someone is watching us? Maybe. But as long as we're fast enough, we don't have to worry about anything. Zichen looked ahead and said, Everyone, follow me in. What's inside? Shanling asked curiously. Good stuff. Everyone entered the spider's mouth one after another. Then, they came to the door. Looking at the glowing door, everyone's face showed a touch of joy. Obviously, they all guessed what was inside. Sure enough, after everyone entered, they saw a large golden lake. Sensing the rich spiritual power in it, everyone exclaimed excitedly. This was called an opportunity. You guys go somewhere else. I'll stay here. Earlier, Zichen had already released his perception and found no danger. Everyone walked in different directions. Zichen sat cross-legged on the ground. If anything unusual happened, he would be able to react in time. Zichen, who was sitting cross-legged, looked at the motionless Shanling and said, Don't just stand there. Everyone has a share. As for whether you can break through or not, it depends on your luck. Shanling nodded and sat down not far away from Zichen. She was also a Dao protector, so she could do something during the mutation. When the energy entered Zichen's body, the first thing that changed was his body. It was as if his bones were being reforged. This change was very obvious. After seeing the jade bones left behind by the demons, Zichen was no longer surprised. If the leader wanted to advance again, he would first have to break through the shackles of his physical body. This was undoubtedly a good sign for Zichen, who had refined many origin laws but had yet to break through. Just as Zichen obtained an opportunity, similar opportunities appeared one after another in other places. Almost all the demons of the 18 kingdoms came to this inverted world. At the same time, the kings also came together. Compared to the demons, the kings were more powerful, so almost all the great resources were found by them. When the kings heard the news, they finally left their residence and came to the inverted world. Lei Junke also came. As the leader of the Holy Thunder clan, he seemed to have disappeared when he came to this world. This time, he reappeared in front of everyone. Moreover, he didn't need to fight others to get a resource to become a demon. The 18 kings all came to the inverted world to find opportunities for their own people. Among them, King Geduin was in the most awkward position. Because almost all his subordinates were dead, the 3 great demons were all killed in battle, and the other leaders were all wiped out by Zichen. Fortunately, there were still some Geduin leaders alive. He could only give them the resources first, and try to break through to become a demon as soon as possible. Because recently, a very secretive piece of news had spread. In the depths of the inverted world, a new secret had been discovered. And this secret may be related to whether everyone could leave or not. As existences in this world, whether it was the 18 kings or the most powerful king, their biggest wish was to be able to leave this world. To them, this place was like a prison. They had great power, but they didn't have the chance to show it. It could be said that they didn't even have a single person. Lady left the space where the prison pagoda was. He didn't want others to know that he was the first to come. Through his investigation, it wouldn't be long before others found this place. Whether or not this place had the coordinates and secrets to the heavens could only wait for others to find out. After Lady left, he walked towards the periphery. Along the way, he saw some powerful beasts. They all had their own opportunities. Unfortunately, in this world, Lady didn't need any opportunities to grow. He didn't know why it was like this. A ray of light appeared in front of the big spider's corpse. Geduin looked at the big spider, and his eyes gradually turned cold. It should be here. He looked ahead, at the big mouth of the dead spider. At this moment, his perception had already fallen on the spider's body. He saw the marks left by Zichen's fist on the spider's body. At the same time, he also saw the fatal wound on the spider. It was left by that weapon. It seems that he is inside. Geduin King walked forward. Obviously, he knew that there was another world in the spider's body. Suddenly, his expression changed and his figure immediately retreated. A long spear fell from the sky and landed where he was standing before. The tip of the spear sank into the ground. The light body trembled violently, stirring up ripples. Geduin King frowned slightly. At the same time, he sensed all around but didn't find anything. Was there an existence in the dark that even he couldn't sense? Was this a warning from the other party? Geduin King shook his head and didn't agree with this possibility. Because he was a king. Was there an existence here that he couldn't fight against? Unless it was a king. But if it was a king, there was no need to do this. Deliberately mystifying. He snorted and walked forward again. But this time, another long spear appeared. Without any warning, without any trajectory to follow, it fell from the sky and came in front of Geduin King. Is it really a king? Geduin King's eyes flashed. This time, he was a lot more careful. He retreated and decided to ignore Zichen for the time being. Chapter 47-24. Even after Geduin King left, no one else appeared. Zichen, who was in the Golden Lake, didn't know that a crisis had just befallen this place. While refining the Golden Lake, everyone's body was circulating with golden light. The origin of this liquid was unknown, but its effect was great. After the energy entered the body, it automatically strengthened the body. Bones, blood, and skin were all strengthened. Zichen could clearly feel the changes in his body. During this time, he could even mobilize a part of the laws to speed up the refining process. Among these people, the ones who felt it the most were the ancient sacred venerables. When they were in the Saint Spirit realm, their realm and power had reached a limit. There were no more resources in the world that could help them grow. Even though they had experienced life and death for many years, their cultivation hadn't improved at all. However, the liquid in the golden lake could strengthen their bodies. This was a great opportunity for ancient sacred venerables who couldn't make any progress. They could clearly sense the existence of the devil realm. Once they advanced to the devil realm here, they would definitely make progress again when they returned to the Saint Spirit realm. This was amazing. Beams of light shot out from his body one after another, stirring up ripples on the surface of the lake. Zhong Hao, who had a strong body, was like a fish in water when he came here. He was the one who had improved the fastest. As his body continued to strengthen, he finally broke through the bottleneck of the devil realm. As the shackle was broken, the surrounding lake water seemed to boil, constantly gathering in Chung Ho's body. A tyrannical aura that belonged to the devil realm was released from Chung Ho's body. This aura disturbed the surrounding space, making everyone unable to cultivate in peace. One by one, they opened their eyes. At this moment, Chung Ho was completely shrouded in golden light, like an ancient god of war. He was bathed in the golden light. The unique energy of the golden lake swirled into his body. Han Nu's expression changed. Beside her, Ning Hua was also very surprised. Then, an excited smile appeared on his face. When he looked at the other ancient sacred venerables again, they all had the same excited expression. However, Li Haoqing and the others were excited. Because they were not ancient sovereigns, they didn't know what Chung Ho's breakthrough meant. This meant that Chung Ho had broken the rules of the Saint Spirit realm, and even the God realm and the Devil realm, becoming an existence that surpassed the sacred venerables. It also meant that in this era, he had surpassed the previous era. Whether it was the famous holy sage Zichen or Lei Yutian who led his men into the Devil realm, Chung Ho had completely surpassed them. In other words, Zhong Hao, who had become a demon, had truly become an ancient holy master. The ancient holy venerate realm. Unfortunately, this was a different world. There were many demons here. Hence, the heavens and earth did not respond to Zhong Hao's breakthrough. The turbulent aura disappeared, and the golden light on Chung Ho's body gradually receded. He opened his eyes. The oppressive feeling in the surroundings dispersed. Zhong Hao stood up and found that everyone was looking at him. "How is it? How do you feel?" Ning Hua asked anxiously. Chung Ho sensed his body's condition and said, "My body has completely transformed, and it is no longer in the same realm as before. This liquid is very unusual, and I don't think there is such a thing in the Saint Spirit realm. Only in this different world would there be such a thing." Ning Hua asked again. "So, after returning, you have the confidence to break through and reach another height?" Chung Ho said. "I have already broken through, so there is no need to wait until we return." Only Ning Hua and the others could understand Chung Ho's meaning, and they all became excited. "You all continue to refine, I will go first." Chung Ho walked out. "Don't you need to consolidate your realm?" Han Nu asked. Chung Ho, who thought that he was being cared for, smiled and said, "No, if I consolidate my realm, you may not be able to break through. Although this energy is very unusual, the demon realm is also unusual, and the consumption is very high." In addition to Chung Ho, there were more than a dozen people here, including the white-furred rat and the 4 beasts. If all of them broke through to the demon realm, the consumption was indeed high. Chung Ho, who had experience, felt that it was just enough. Therefore, he did not want to waste any more energy. Chung Ho walked out, and at the entrance of the golden door of light, he saw the demon bones placed there. These were good things. He waved his hand, and these demon bones all disappeared. This was the ability he obtained after becoming a demon. He could open up a demon space in this world, and these things could be stored in this space. After that, Chung Ho left the spider's body and walked outside. The once indestructible spider leg had now become a convenient weapon. Of course, after returning, it would be more suitable for him. All kinds of resources similar to the Golden Lake appeared. No one knew where these resources came from or how they appeared, but after refining these resources, everyone had improved by quite a bit. Many of them had even advanced to the demon realm. Relatively speaking, it was easier for the leaders of the alternate world to become demons, but it was much more difficult for the humans here, and they also consumed more energy. Chung Ho was the first to break through, but he was not the last. Because everyone had different opportunities, some of the humans here had also broken through. This inverted world was very big, and the opportunities were also very widely distributed. Among them, many people were walking towards the inverted world. After all, there were not many opportunities in the alternate world, so they might as well try their luck in this inverted world. Mo Xingtian and the others were one of them. In the group he led, several people had broken through to the leader realm. At the same time, because of the lack of resources, it was impossible to let everyone break through. Therefore, they came to the inverted world. Among these people, Mo Ihan was also one of the lucky few. He had also broken through to the leader realm, but his wife, Mo Yen, had not. As they walked forward, they were very tactful and did not mention Zichen's name. Speaking of which, the reason why some of them were able to break through was because Zichen had killed all the leaders in that area, which gave them the ability to kill other Yen realm cultivators. Otherwise, it would be very difficult to break through. Of course, they did not appreciate this. At the same time, because Zichen's name was too heavy, not to mention taking the initiative to kill Zichen, everyone was even praying in their hearts that they would not meet Zichen. Under such circumstances, meeting Zichen would be equivalent to death. Zichen and the others did not meet, and it would be very difficult for them to meet. However, on the way forward, they met Monk and the others. Both parties met when they were about to reach the entrance of the inverted world. The two groups looked at each other from afar, and both were stunned. Those people are Zichen's friends. They are with Zichen. Mo Yen Dan's was said in a low voice. Both parties had stopped. In terms of numbers, the demon race had the absolute advantage. As for their strength, it was uncertain. Mo Jingtian naturally knew those people. Back then, Zichen was willing to die for them. Now that they met, he was a little hesitant. He did not know if he should fight. At this moment, Mo Ihan took a few steps forward and said with a smile, "You guys are Zichen's friends, right? What a coincidence, we have some connections with Zichen. You guys are going to the inverted world, right? We are going there as well. Why don't we travel together?" Monk's lips curled into a cold smile. "If you guys have the guts, I don't mind everyone going together." Naturally, he knew that these people were Zichen's enemies. If there was a chance, it would be good to kill them here. "Forget it, business is more important," Su Mengyao suddenly said. Of course, these demon race would not travel with them. Even Su Mengyao could see that they were lacking in confidence. However, she was too lazy to care. If Zichen wanted to kill them, it should be very easy. However, after becoming a Dao protector, Zichen only killed the leaders of the alternate world and did not pursue them. Su Mengyao did not want to do anything unnecessary. If these people really deserved to die, after meeting Zichen in the inverted world, Zichen would naturally make a move. After entering the black entrance and seeing the inverted world, everyone's face was filled with surprise. Such a world was really rare. Not long after, they saw the tree vine. Thus, one by one, they entered the inverted world with the help of the tree vine. After arriving in this world, everyone placed their hopes on Su Mengyao. Because only she had a way to find Zichen. Su Mengyao did not disappoint them. Soon, she pointed out the direction of Zichen. It was not because her Tao of divination had improved, but because she sensed her master's aura. After divining, it became much easier. Perhaps because the dangers had been cleared by the people who came first, they did not encounter any dangers along the way. The group smoothly arrived at the huge spider's corpse. They saw Chung Ho. Other than Chung Ho, Han Nu and Ning Hua were also there. After such a long time, they had all broken through and became the demons of this world. While Su Mingyao and Han Nu were chatting, the monk looked at the huge spider in shock. He knocked on its body, and when he heard the feedback, his eyes widened. This thing is so strong. If you remove a piece of it and use it as armor, won't you be invincible? I'm not sure if it can be used as armor, but this can be used as a weapon. Chung Ho came forward and handed the monk a spider leg. When they were still together, the monk was always asking for a weapon. During that time, he urged Zichen many times. The monk took the spider leg curiously. He held it with both hands and waved it a few times. Then, his eyes lit up. Back then, Chung Ho's vision was very high, but when he saw the spider leg, he was also filled with joy. Needless to say, the monk? Sure enough, the monk was very satisfied with the spider leg. He almost couldn't put it down. However, before Chung Ho could say thank you, the monk poked his head over and asked, I say, there should be more of this spider leg, right? I'm good at using weapons with both hands. Give me another one. Chung Ho's smile froze. At this time, in the Golden Lake, Zichen, who was cultivating, finally made some progress. Countless golden energy gathered towards him. A demonic aura erupted from his body. Chapter 47-25. Chung Ho looked at the monk. He had a new understanding of this guy's greed. The monk chuckled. I say, big brother Chung Ho, if my guess is correct, the spider should have 8 legs, right? I'm quite familiar with two-handed weapons. If I have one more, my battle prowess will increase infinitely. Chung Ho laughed mockingly. Then guess how many legs this spider has. If you guess right, I'll give you 2 more. The monk's eyes lit up. 8, of course it's 8, he said excitedly. Big brother Chung Ho is the best. Isn't this obvious? But looking at Chung Ho's mocking smile, the monk said, No, 7, 6 is also fine. Chung Ho stood up and patted the dust off his body. Wrong guess. It's 9. How can it be 9? Big brother Chung Ho, you're not being honest, the monk said unwillingly. You don't believe me? Then go ask Zichen. You'll understand. Chung Ho smiled contentedly. At this moment, in the Golden Lake, everyone stopped cultivating once more and looked in front of them. This time, the change was brought about by Zichen. Boundless energy entered his body, transforming it. The others who had not yet broken through had smiles on their faces. In this team, Zichen was undoubtedly the strongest. His breakthrough proved that the overall battle prowess of the team had increased. The most excited of all was Shangling Zichen's breakthrough proved that she had made the right choice. Of the 18 guardians, she was the one who had survived in the end. It could be said that after seeing Zichen break through, she was even more excited than when she broke through. The Golden Lake rippled. Its surface had shrunk by about a third, but there were still many people who had not broken through. The commotion caused by Zichen's breakthrough did not last long, and soon, it came to a stop. After the golden light around his body faded away, everyone began to congratulate him. Li Haoqing looked at Zichen with eyes full of gratification. This descendant of the Holy Thunder clan had finally surpassed them and reached a new height. Zichen looked at everyone. Next, we'll be waiting for your good news. Li Haoqing shook his head and laughed bitterly. I'm afraid it will be very difficult for us to break through to the Fiend realm. The others also nodded, deeply moved. Once a person became a demon, they would reach a whole new level after leaving this place. In fact, Li Haoqing and the others had already made considerable progress after coming here. After he left, he would definitely become an ancient holy venerable. However, if he wanted to take another step forward, the difficulty would not be small. Because Chung Ho and the others had already become ancient sacred sovereigns, breaking through was so easy. As for them, they still needed an extremely long time to temper their bones. Regardless of whether or not everyone could break through, Zichen could not continue to occupy the energy here. After breaking through, he took the initiative to leave. Shang Ling also wanted to leave, but she was stopped by Zichen. He let Xiang Ling continue to refine the energy. It would be best if she could break through. After all, Xiang Ling was a Tao protector. In this place, her battle strength was extremely strong. Walking along the passage, Zichen saw many familiar faces. He could not help but smile. However, before he could greet everyone, Monk ran over and asked, Zichen, how many legs do you think this big spider has? Obviously, he was still brooding over the previous problem of missing out on 2 weapons. Zichen looked at the weapon in Monk's hand, then glanced at Chung Ho. He immediately understood the origin of this question, so he said, 9. How is that possible? How can a spider have 9 legs? The monk said unwillingly. I once chopped off one, and then that leg grew back. Of course, it has 9 legs. A chopped off leg can grow back? This is the inverted world. What can happen here? This time, Tyrant completely lost his temper. For in existence with his character, the 2 weapons that he didn't get today were considered to be a huge loss. Heartache was inevitable. Chung Ho and Ning Hua both nodded at Zichen, congratulating him. Frost Maiden was talking with Su Mengyao and the others. Zichen walked in their direction. Zichen, Big Brother Chung Ho said there were opportunities inside, right? Do you want to let us take a look? Monk walked over. He was no longer depressed because he had a new goal. Zichen glanced at the monk. You're really too greedy. Just stay here and be good. There were not many resources inside. Otherwise, these demons would not have come out right after breaking through. Therefore, under such circumstances, it was more or less inexcusable to bring all of them in. Moreover, Zichen actually had other plans in his heart. Especially after seeing everyone, he had a plan. He asked about everyone's cultivation situation. It seemed that it was not bad. More than half of them had reached the head realm. Su Mengyao told him about the encounter at the entrance. Zichen shook his head indifferently and said let them be. Obviously, he did not intend to deal with those demons for the time being. Zichen looked at the women talking and laughing. He could not interrupt them, so he could only walk aside and continue with the next task. He took out a piece of white jade bone and mobilized the law to fall on it. As the law invaded, the white jade bone gradually dissipated in midair. As a Tao protector, he certainly had the ability to hide things. However, after becoming a demon, he had an additional spatial ability, so he did not have to deliberately hide. What remained of the jade bone was the purest part of the essence, shining with a bright light. The dagger appeared on its own and revolved around Zichen. Once the bone liquid condensed, it would float in front of Zichen and absorb that drop of bone liquid. Whether it was Zichen using the law to refine it, or the dagger absorbing it, it was an extremely long process. It could not be rushed at all. After Monk asked about the situation and learned that this thing was useless to him, he felt bored. He raised the spider leg and danced around, familiarizing himself with it while increasing his power. Seemingly bored, he ran to the huge spider's corpse and used the spider leg to chop the spider's corpse over and over again. A sonorous sound broke out. Zichen, who was refining the bone liquid, heard these sounds and felt a little irritated. At this moment, Monk noticed the wounds on the spider's body. Other than the fatal parts that were pierced by sharp blades, there were also holes that were punched through by fists. He carried the spider leg on his shoulder and ran back. He came in front of Zichen and asked about the situation at that time. After Zichen admitted that he was the one who killed the big spider when he was in the leader's realm, Tyrant couldn't help but widen his eyes. When you were in the leader realm, you could already kill such a powerful existence. Now that you've advanced to the fiend realm, wouldn't you be considered invincible? Don't be modest. You are definitely invincible. Next, you can help us find some more big spiders. This way, we can get more spider legs. Zichen was startled. He did not expect this to be Monk's way of thinking. Actually, I can't be called invincible. Chapter 47-26. This voice came very suddenly, breaking the harmonious atmosphere here. Everyone turned to look into the distance. Before they could see who it was, their expressions changed. Because this voice was very familiar. Almost everyone present had heard it before. They had heard it a long time ago. Back then, this voice had been accompanied by a dazzling flash of blade light. The owner of the flash of blade light did not appear. Instead, it followed a small bird into the distance. Zichen said that the bird was called Maine. This time, the owner of the flash of blade light appeared. His identity had been revealed long ago. A very easygoing man wearing a very decent robe was walking towards them. King Geduin. Chung Ho stared at the approaching man. His expression changed. The man waved warmly at Frost Lady and the others, as if he was greeting friends. Just call me Geduin. That's too distant. At this time, no one called Geduin by his name. Almost everyone present was meeting this king for the first time. Moreover, Zichen had killed many of Geduin's subordinates in his territory. No need to be so formal. Let's all sit down and chat. Geduin's smile did not fade. You're a king. What are you doing here? Zichen said. Of course I'm here to see you. After all, you're the Tao protector of the Geduin kingdom. Although you didn't bow when you saw me, which was very rude, I won't be petty and blame you for it. Geduin stopped in front of Zichen. I want to correct what you said earlier. Although you've become a demon, it doesn't mean you're invincible. He pointed at himself and said, After all, there's still me, the king in name, above you. Don't you think so? As soon as he finished speaking, Geduin released his aura. The moment this aura appeared, everyone felt an immense pressure. Even the monks and the other leaders felt as if they had stopped breathing. Chung Ho and the others felt as if they were facing a great enemy. However, they did not feel fear. Zichen suddenly fell down with a grunt. He clutched his chest, his face extremely pale. The laws that had been circulating around his body stopped. What are you doing? Chung Ho took a step forward, and the demonic aura around him began to circulate. Frost Chi appeared from the other side, and Frost Maiden also walked out. Ning Hua and the others stepped forward and stared at Geduin King indifferently. Don't mind. I'm just reminding Zichen that he's not invincible. Geduin immediately retracted his aura, then waved his hand and said, After all, I created the Tao protectors. No matter how powerful they become in the end, they are still my Tao protectors. Don't you agree, Zichen? As the aura receded, the pressure on everyone was relieved. Zichen also returned to normal. His face was still pale, and cold sweat kept dripping from his forehead. These are your friends, and of course they are my friends as well. You don't have to be so vigilant. I won't hurt you. Zichen, do you want to step aside and talk to me? Geduin said with a smile. Okay. Zichen nodded. Everyone looked at Zichen nervously. Just by looking at the means displayed by Geduin Wang, it was obvious that Zichen was suppressed to the point where he couldn't fight back. If the two of them left like this, Zichen would definitely suffer. Don't worry. Zichen gave everyone a comforting look. At this moment, his complexion had returned to normal. Geduin walked in front, humming a little song that he had heard from somewhere. He looked very uneasy and proud. Zichen followed behind Geduin. His expression didn't change much. You're quite skilled. Not only did you kill the 2 Tao protectors I've carefully cultivated, but you also killed the other Tao protectors. Geduin turned back and laughed. But that's not important. You don't have to be nervous. This time, I came here to show you the way. What way? Zichen asked. In this strange world, there are only 2 Tao protectors left. I'm sure you know who they are. Geduin said. I came here to tell you that no matter what method you use, you have to kill the last 2 Tao protectors and refine their origin of laws. At that time, the laws of this strange world will become one, and you'll have the qualifications to compete for the throne. I'm going to leave sooner or later. Zichen said coolly. It doesn't matter if I'm king or not. I knew and guessed you would say that, so I called you here to tell you that if you don't do as I say, your life will be in danger. Because I'll kill you. If you do as I say, there's a great chance you'll be able to get us out of here. I, Gidwin, will owe you a favor. What if I become king and attack you first? Zichen asked. That's not a funny joke, Gidwin said. If you really want to kill me, you can do it now. If you can't, then don't even mention becoming king. Even if you become a revered king, you still won't be able to kill me. Seeing that Zichen was silent, Gidwin said, You won't lose out in this deal. A favor from a king is very valuable, and your life is on the line as well. That sounds like a good idea. Do you want me to think about it? Zichen looked at Gidwin. Don't think about it. Think about it carefully, because that's the only path you can take. If you agree to my request, you're destined for a glorious future. If you don't, then you'll die. Gidwin said confidently. So, even after you think about it, you have to agree. Zichen rubbed his chin. If that's the case, then I have no choice but to agree. I'll wait for your good news. Gidwin laughed, then turned around and suddenly froze. At some point, a person had appeared next to the tree. His back was against the tree, his arms crossed in front of his chest, and he was looking in their direction. Gidwin's expression flickered. He had no idea when this person had arrived. The person had also seen Gidwin, but had no intention of greeting him. Gidwin walked forward, his perception constantly focused on the person. Deep in thought, he began to ponder. What are you doing here? Zichen asked from behind. Of course, he wasn't talking to Gidwin. I was just passing by, so I thought I'd come see you. The newcomer was none other than Lady, who had disappeared for a long time. King Gidwin left, and Lady walked over to Zichen. What were you two talking about earlier? You seemed so mysterious. It's nothing, just some small talk. Zichen smiled faintly. Gidwin had been walking some distance away, but his attention had been focused on them the entire time. When he heard the conversation, he let out a sigh of relief. Oh, I forgot to tell you. Everyone is heading deeper into the forest. Apparently, they've discovered an incredible pagoda. Perhaps it leads to another world. If you're interested, you can go take a look. Maybe the person you're looking for is there. Chapter 47:27. A tower that leads to the outside world. Hearing Gidwin's words, Zichen's expression changed, and he vaguely had some guesses. Almost subconsciously, he looked at Lady and asked, Do you know? The pagoda of confinement is 7 floors high. Lady said. You really know, where have you been recently? Zichen's expression couldn't help but change. He knew more about Lady than Lady himself, so he guessed that Lady might be unusual. I went to the place where the pagoda of confinement is located, but I couldn't get in after many attempts. Lady said. So I came back. I wanted to tell you the news, but I didn't expect him to tell me first. Zichen asked. Can it really lead to the outside world? Lady shook his head. I'm not sure, but there is a hole there, and the creatures here may be related to that place. If these creatures came from there, doesn't it mean that there really is a world beyond the sky? Zichen pondered for a moment and said, Even if it's not a world beyond the sky, it must be a higher world than the Saint Spirit world. Because the creatures from that world can help the ancient sacred masters become devils. This has never happened in the history of the Saint Spirit world. I'm not sure, that's why I came back to find you. I hope you can go there and take a look. Lady said. Maybe you can find something. Gidwin, who just left, if you think he's a hindrance, I can help you deal with him. Don't pay attention to him, he's just a self-righteous guy. If Gidwin heard such a conversation, who knows how he would feel? One of the 18 kings was looked down upon by these two. Zichen went back alone, and both Gidwin and Lady had left. Seeing that Zichen was unscathed, the others heaved a sigh of relief. No one asked how Zichen came back, and since he came back, it was naturally fine. But after the threat of King Gidwin, the original harmonious atmosphere was gone, and everyone's mood was a little low. Zichen smiled and said, It doesn't matter, I can still deal with Gidwin. I just wanted to verify a guess, but don't worry, there won't be a big problem. Hearing this, everyone's mood improved slightly. After hearing the news about the pagoda of confinement, Zichen naturally had to make a trip there. Before that, he had to settle everyone down. After discussing with the demons, everyone agreed that Chung Ho would go with Zichen first. As for the others, it would depend on the situation. As for why it was Chung Ho, of course, it was because he had thick skin and was more resistant to beatings. Before leaving, Zichen went to the Golden Lake again. This time, he went to find Xiangling and told her where he was going. At the same time, he told Xiangling that there was no need to rush into the depths. During this time, she could take Su Mengyao and the others outside to see if there were other opportunities. When Zichen left, Xiangling followed him out. Zichen asked in confusion, "Why did you come out?" Xiangling seemed to have made some kind of decision and said, "You have to be careful, there may be danger." Zichen said with a smile, "I know, Geduin came here before and showed a big trick." "King Geduin? He didn't do anything to you?" Xiangling's expression changed. Zichen shook his head and said, "No, he asked me to kill you and the guy we saw last time first. He said that as long as I refine the source of the two of you, I can become the 19th king and that he still owes me a favor." Zichen didn't intend to say this before, but since Xiangling deliberately reminded him, he said, "That's why I told you not to go to the depths for a while. Wait until everything stabilizes." Xiangling's mood was complicated. She had made a great decision to say this, but she didn't expect Zichen to already know. Because of her keen perception, she guessed that even if she won the battle among the Tao protectors, there would still be difficulties. "Well, don't think so much. Let's go back and continue refining. After that, help them look for opportunities in the periphery. I will go to the depths to take a look." Zichen walked outside, while Xiangling stared at Zichen's back. Zichen didn't mention this before because he didn't want her to worry. Or rather, she didn't need to worry. But now that he said it, she didn't have to worry. Because Zichen had taken precautions, it wouldn't be easy for something to happen. At the very least, she would be fine before Zichen had an accident. Moreover, Zichen was willing to let her take those friends to look for opportunities, which showed that he truly believed in her. Today, the biggest secret in her heart was revealed, which made her feel a lot better. Coming out of the big spider's mouth, Zichen first said goodbye to everyone and then walked into the depths with Chung Ho. Everyone watched the two leave. All kinds of opportunities appeared in this inverted world. Those who obtained the opportunities basically broke through to become demons. Relatively speaking, there were more local demons. Because this was their territory, they were more familiar with the laws of heaven and earth here, so it was easier for them to break through. When the two moved forward, they didn't deliberately pursue speed. So when Zichen moved forward, he continued to use the laws to condense bone fluid to make the short sword grow. The monk said that he was invincible now, but just as his voice fell, Geduin King appeared and refuted his invincibility in front of everyone. Although Zichen wasn't afraid of Geduin King, the feeling of suppression was real. So in order to not face such a situation again, he needed to continue working hard. While they were moving towards the depths, others were also moving towards the depths. There were people from the three realms who came here, and there were also local Gashans who were at the demon level. The Gashans looked similar, so Zichen couldn't tell which force they were from. Once the two sides met, they would tacitly keep a distance. During this period, they deliberately didn't erupt into conflict. "Can you really deal with Geduin?" Chung Ho, who was bored along the way, suddenly asked this question. Zichen, who was condensing bone fluid, nodded. "More or less. I saw that Geduin used the law suppression method last time. He can suppress you in almost all aspects. How do you fight against him?" A few days ago, Zichen had told Chung Ho about his conversation with Geduin. He knew some of it and continued. "Now it's obvious that Geduin wants you to refine all the laws before dealing with you." Zichen said. "Yes, so as long as I don't refine the two protectors, Geduin won't deal with me." "Not necessarily. According to you, Geduin's original intention was to refine you into a protector after becoming a demon. It's only because you refined other protectors in the process that he changed his mind. So in an emergency, he will still attack you. That's possible, so I've been improving my strength all the way, hoping to have a better chance of winning when I fight against him. Zichen smiled and said, But don't worry too much. If it doesn't work out, I'll go find Lady. As long as I lure him to Lady will probably be able to kill him with a slap. Zichen, who was talking, quietly glanced at Chung Ho. Sure enough, Chung Ho's expression changed. You've seen Lady? After Gaduan left, I saw Lady. He said that he couldn't enter the prison tower and wanted me to go there to take a look. Chapter 47-28. What did you say? Who set this up? Who's that guy? Zichen, who had been paying attention to Chung Ho's movements, clearly heard Chung Ho's soft mutterings. You're deliberately trying to get information from me, right? Chung Ho glanced at Zichen and said, It's meaningless. I've already told you everything I know. The rest is just speculation. Zichen did not say anything else because the guy Chung Ho was talking about was very likely the holy sage Zichen from back then. He had taken 2 people from here back then. Now Zichen was sure that they were Lei Tianshi and Lei Di. Moreover, the holy sage Zichen back then also had a coordinate. Then, it was very likely that the coordinate that everyone wanted was hidden in this strange world. As for what it was, Zichen would only know after going to the pagoda of confinement. Zichen, who was walking forward, suddenly had a look of surprise on his face. What's wrong? Chung Ho glanced at him. Did you think of something important? I met someone else. He's an acquaintance, Zichen said. Who? Chung Ho asked. Lei Jinka. He's in the other direction. Zichen pointed in a direction and said, Apart from him, there's also a local team of demons. There are more than 20 of them. That guy was eccentric back then. The things he has done over the years are even more unfathomable, so it's best to ignore him. Chung Ho thought for a moment and said, Now that he's hooked up with the people here, it's better not to meet him. As an ancient holy sage, Chung Ho naturally knew Lei Jinka, but he did not like him. It was the same for Han Nu. In the past, every time she sent Zichen, she would only send him outside the Holy Thunder clan to avoid meeting Lei Jinka. Then let's go around them. Oh, it seems like we can't go around them. Some of them have discovered us and are walking towards us. In Zichen's perception, 3 people had left the group and were heading in his direction. Lei Jinka was one of them. It was obvious that they were here for the 2 of them. Not long after, the 2 sides met. What a coincidence, we meet again. The first to speak was the guardian. However, when Zichen first saw him, he was still a leader. Now, he had become a demon. Zichen ignored the other party. Instead, he cupped his fists at Lei Jinka. Speaking of which, Lei Jinka had taken good care of him back in the Holy Thunder clan. Zichen, it really is you. Lei Jinka nodded at Zichen. Previously, I kept hearing news about you. I was wondering if you were the same person. Now, it seems like you 2 came together. Lei Jinka then looked at Chung Ho. Chung Ho, long time no see. You guys have really been elusive all these years. Chung Ho said indifferently. You don't have to be so sarcastic. Back then, you deliberately left us to die. Wasn't it because you wanted to know if we existed? Back then, when Zichen was being hunted down by the Lei Jing family, the Holy Thunder clan did nothing. In the end, they were the ones who saved Zichen. It was also at that time that, although no one publicly announced the existence of the demon-suppressing sect, almost all the major forces knew of their existence. This was also why Chung Ho and the others no longer avoided it and took the initiative to help Zichen. How dare you 2 not bow when you see the honorable king? The guardian shouted coldly. Obviously, he was dissatisfied that he and the honorable king were ignored. Lei Jinka laughed and said, Zichen, Chung Ho, let me introduce you to. This is the honorable king, the true ruler of this alternate world. Zichen looked at the honorable king. Although he had already guessed the other party's identity, he was still a little surprised after hearing Lei Jinke's introduction. Chung Ho also glanced at the Honorable King, but he was more curious about why Lei Jinke was with such an existence. Zichen, right? I've heard of you long ago, but I didn't expect to meet you here. If you don't mind, we can travel together. If you have any doubts about this world, I can also explain it to you. The Honorable King smiled gently. At the same time, he smiled and nodded at Chung Ho. All right. Zichen didn't refuse. He nodded and asked, May I know how to address you? Lord Gran, the Guardian said indifferently. His attitude toward Zichen was obviously not very friendly. Zichen, don't mind him. Gran's personality is like this. The Honorable King explained. You should have sensed his identity. He is a guardian like you, and both of you are in the same realm. When the two of you are together, it feels like fire and water are incompatible. Zichen smiled and said, I don't feel like fire and water are incompatible. Right now, I'm just a little curious. How were guardians created? I wonder if the Honorable King can answer my doubts? The Honorable King looked surprised. Why do you use the word created? Guardians are naturally born in this world to protect the Tao of this world. They allow all living things to grow in an orderly manner and protect the Tao. Zichen continued. But guardians don't have power above the king. They are always under the king's control. How can they protect all living things? What do you mean? The Honorable King was a little surprised. Zichen shook his head and said, Nothing. I'm just expressing my feelings. Because all guardians seem to be the king's subordinates. I've never seen a guardian who can stand shoulder to shoulder with the king. That's because they are weak. If they have great power, they have the qualifications to become a king. The Honorable King smiled and said, Zichen, if you are willing to stay here, I think you can become our 19th king. Oh, I forgot to tell you. As long as you succeed in defeating a king, you can establish a kingdom. Zichen shook his head. I'm afraid I'll disappoint you. I don't belong here. Naturally, I have to leave. That's a pity. The Honorable King's face revealed a look of regret. During this time, Lei Jinke was chatting with Chung Ho. However, Chung Ho rarely responded. It was more or less as if he didn't want to talk to him. Zichen didn't talk to the Honorable King about guardians because the Honorable King wouldn't tell him the truth. I didn't expect Zichen to be able to make it here. Gran transmitted his voice to the Honorable King as they walked. Geduin saw hope in Zichen. Perhaps he wants to take a big gamble. Gran, Zichen's target is very likely you, so you have to be careful. The Honorable King transmitted his voice back. I didn't want to kill him. But if he provokes me, don't blame me for not being polite. And Geduin, I think he will be my first target. It's better to be careful. None of the kings are weak. After that, they chatted intermittently. They rarely encountered other teams along the way. It was unknown if the others had already entered the depths. The other 20 or so demons that the Honorable King brought had already left the team. Only 5 of them were moving forward at a steady pace. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.